Good evening, everyone. Is everyone about ready? Okay. I'd like to welcome you to our Trophy Club Town Council meeting for April 25th, 2023. The time is now 7:01 p.m., and I'll call us to order. Very good. We have a quorum with all council members present and one being via Zoom. Thank you, Councilman Monger, for being with us this evening. And we'll get started. First, I'd like to do a quick introduction before a proclamation for our mayor for a day. Mayor for a day, Garrett O'Keefe. So he's going to be helping me out this evening. So welcome. Please rise for our invocation with Pastor Barry Klingon. Is it Mary or Joel here tonight?
I think it's Joel.
Oh, I'm sorry. I've got my agenda says Barry. Well, thank you. Oh, is he here? Oh, he is here. Okay, great.
I'm a stunt double.
I think we have a few of our pastors here this evening, right? Okay, welcome. Thank you for being here. And I bet I know why. Okay, thank you.
Ready to pray. Father, we do stop tonight and give glory to your name. Lord, we thank you that you're the God that provides all good things. For the scripture says, only that which is good and perfect comes down from heaven. And Lord, I thank you for that. Lord, as we come to pray at these times, we are careful to give thanks to all of those who serve this city. For all of our council, for the time that they put in, we pray a blessing over them. For all the staff that work here and make this city work, watch over and bless them, I pray. Lord, for our fire chief, our police chief, and all the men and women that work under them to keep us safe, we pray you'd watch over them every day of their lives. Lord, we're grateful to live in a city that's blessed and prospered. We give you thanks for that. Father, I pray as our country goes into a time of decisions and voting, both all the way on the national to the local level, we pray you'd hear our prayer and give us men and women that, Lord, will make their decisions in light of what all of us have to make a decision in, and that is that one day we give account to you for what we do with our lives. So Lord, bless that for the meeting tonight, all the businesses at hand. May God, you give grace and strength. May we be civil towards one another, loving towards one another, and treat one another even as we'd have them treat ourselves. Father, we bless this meeting tonight, and we ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Okay, Mayor for a day, O'Keefe will lead us in our pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Good job. All right. I know these chairs are keys, aren't they? We'll start with announcements and reports, and our first item tonight will be recognizing Garrett O'Keefe as our Mayor for a Day in Trophy Club. A proclamation of Trophy Club Town Council proclaiming Garrett O'Keefe Mayor for a Day in Trophy Club, Texas. Whereas Garrett O'Keefe is in the second grade at Beck Elementary, and Garrett's mom and dad, Kevin and Ann O'Keefe, have been residents of Trophy Club since 1998. And whereas Garrett enjoys reading books and loves going to school and has received all A's on his test this year, great job. And whereas Garrett creates his own YouTube videos, filming and editing like a pro, and Garrett is a junior expert in Minecraft and Roblox. And whereas Garrett loves art, going to the beach, swimming, playing baseball, and is a blue belt in Taekwondo. Now, therefore, I, Alicia L. Fleury-Delia, Mayor of the Town of Trophy Club, and in conjunction with the Town Council, do hereby proclaim April 25th, 2023 as Garrett O'Keefe Mayor for a Day in Trophy Club. I pass to move this as read.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? You can vote for yourself. All right, it's unanimous. We're going to go ahead and read all the proclamations this evening and vote on them all, and then I'll invite everyone down to the podium to receive your proclamations, okay? Next, we have the issuance of Proclamation 2023-09, proclaiming May 4th, 2023 as a day of prayer in Trophy Club to coincide with the National Day of Prayer. A proclamation of the Trophy Club Town Council proclaiming May 4th, 2023 as a day of prayer in Trophy Club. Whereas from our nation's humble beginnings, public prayer and national days of prayer have played a vital role in the life and history of the United States, dating back to the first call to prayer in 1775, when the Continental Congress asked the colonies to pray for wisdom in forming a nation, and the call to prayer has continued throughout our history. And whereas these times of national supplication were made official in 1952, when President Harry Truman signed a joint resolution of the U.S. Congress, which enacted legislation setting aside an annual day of prayer for the nation. And in 1988, this law was amended permanently, setting the first Thursday of May annually as a national day of prayer. And whereas through the history of America, faith in Almighty God has been deeply rooted in the foundation and building up of this great nation. From the early pilgrims to the Continental Congress to the many presidents and governors who have served, we have turned to prayer throughout the generations in times of great crisis and in times of celebration. And whereas the National Day of Prayer belongs to all Americans and is a day that transcends differences, bringing together citizens from all backgrounds, and all walks of life to honor God, to pray for our nation, and to give him thanks for the many liberties and blessings we have received, among them the freedom to gather, worship, and to pray. And whereas in our 76262 area code for the citizens of Roanoke, Trophy Club, and Westlake, and simultaneously for citizens in our state and across America, the observance of the National Day of Prayer will take place on Thursday, May 4th, 2023, with the theme, Pray Fervently in the Righteousness and Avail Much, based on the verse in James 5:16b. The effective fervent prayer of a righteous man avails much. And whereas on this National Day of Prayer we come together as leaders and citizens in unity as one nation under God to seek his divine wisdom, direction, protection, and strength to meet the challenges that we face, both present and future, and to offer gratitude for the many blessings he has bestowed upon our community, state, and nation. Now therefore I, Alicia Fleury-Delia, in conjunction with the Trophy Club Town Council, do hereby proclaim May 4th, 2023 as a day of prayer. I move to pass as read.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? And it's unanimous. Thank you. Our third proclamation is for mental health awareness. A proclamation of the Trophy Club Town Council proclaiming May 2023 as Mental Health Month and May 10th, 2023 as Children's Mental Health Awareness Day in Trophy Club. Whereas addressing the complex mental health needs of children, youth, and families today is fundamental to the future of the Town of Trophy Club. And whereas the citizens of the Town of Trophy Club value their overall health and that of their families and fellow citizens and are proud to support observances such as Mental Health Month and Children's Mental Health Awareness Day. And whereas 1 in 5 adults has a diagnosable mental health condition. And whereas half of Denton County parents are not familiar with mental health services in their community. And whereas the need for comprehensive, coordinated mental health services for individuals and families in our community is a critical responsibility. And whereas there's a strong body of research that supports specific tools that all Americans can use to better handle challenges and protect their overall health and well-being. And whereas each citizen, local business, school, government agency, healthcare provider, and faith-based organizations shares the burden of mental health concerns and has a responsibility to promote mental wellness, recovery, and support prevention efforts. And whereas the Denton County Behavioral Health Leadership Team, Denton County MHMR Center, United Way of Denton County, and the Wellness Alliance for Total Children's Health of Denton County, led by Cook's Children's, through their unique partnership and prevention-based approaches to serving children and adolescents, are effectively addressing the mental health needs of children, youth, and families in our community. And whereas it is appropriate that a month should be set apart each year for the direction of our thoughts towards mental health education and the support of treatment and recovery, and whereas it is appropriate that a day should be set apart each year for the direction of our thoughts toward our children's mental health and well-being. And now, therefore, I, Alicia L. Fleury-Delia, in conjunction with the Trophy Club Town Council, do hereby proclaim May 2023 as Mental Health Month and May 10th, 2023 as Children's Mental Health Awareness Day. And hereby call upon our citizens and all agencies and organizations interested in meeting every person's mental health needs to unite this month in observance of such exercises as will commit the people of Trophy Club to increasing awareness and the understanding of mental health, the steps our citizens can take to protect their mental health, and the need for appropriate and accessible services for all people struggling with mental health conditions. I know that was a long one, but it was a very important one, as well as our next one. Oh, yes, we need to vote. Okay, I move to pass as read.
Second.
And all in favor? And any opposed? And it passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Beach. Okay, our fourth one today. Almost done, only two more, but these are important. They do spread awareness, and we do have some very important guests with us this evening to be accepting these proclamations, and we will be saying a few words of recognitions for those parties. A proclamation of the Trophy Club Town Council proclaiming May 29, 2023 as Memorial Day, a day of solemn remembrance in Trophy Club, Texas. Whereas when the nation was still recovering from the horrors of the Civil War, Americans held both formal and informal ceremonies to honor and remember those fallen in battle. And whereas in May 1886, Major General John A. Logan called for a nationwide day of remembrance to pay tribute to those who gave their lives serving our country. And whereas the United States Congress in 1971 established the last Monday in May as Memorial Day, and whereas more than 1 million men and women have sacrificed their lives for our freedoms while serving in the United States military, and many more remain missing and unaccounted for. And whereas it is appropriate that the citizens of Trophy Club, Texas remember the bravery of those who gave their lives so that their sacrifices are not forgotten and continue to serve as a reminder to us the cost of our freedom. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Alicia L. Fleury-Delia, in conjunction with the Trophy Club Town Council, do hereby proclaim May 29, 2023 as Memorial Day. In addition, I urge all citizens of the town to participate in the observance of the day and join me in honoring those who have died for this country at our annual Trophy Club Memorial Day ceremony. I make a motion to pass as approved.
Second.
And Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan has second. All in favor? Any opposed? And it passes unanimously. Thank you. Last one. Police Week. A proclamation of the Trophy Club Town Council proclaiming the week of May 14th to May 20, 2023 as Police Week in Trophy Club in conjunction with National Police Week, and recognizing May 15th, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day in Trophy Club. Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, which includes the dedicated members of the Town of Trophy Club. And whereas since the first recorded death in 1786, more than 23,000 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in the line of duty. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas 226 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, and whereas the service and sacrifice of all officers killed in the line of duty will be honored during the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial's 35th Annual Candlelight Vigil on the evening of May 13th, 2023, and whereas May 15, 2023 has been designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all fallen officers and their families, and our U.S. flags will be flown at half-staff. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Alicia Fleury-Delia, in conjunction with the Trophy Club Town Council, do hereby proclaim May 13 through May 20th, 2023 as Police Week, and May 15, 2023 as Peace Officers Memorial Day. I make a motion to approve as passed.
Second.
And I have a second. All in favor? Any opposed? And it passes unanimously. Would you like to come down and help with this? Ready? Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Jeff. Watch me say that in a minute. First, I would like to invite Irma Thomas and Pastor Barry Klingon and other area pastors who I saw in our audience to please join me to accept the National Day of Prayer proclamation, please. Of course, I'll ask you to. You want to hold this and hold it to Ms. Thomas? Your face is full. Yeah. Good job. There you go. Right there. Please say a few words.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank you on the council and Mayor Fleury and staff for declaring a day of prayer in Trophy Club to coincide with the National Day of Prayer. And I want to invite all of you and everyone behind me in attendance to come and attend with us next Thursday. It's May 4th. We'll be meeting at Lake City's Church of Christ here in Trophy Club at 12 o'clock, from 12 to 1. And it is an honor to pray for all of, we're going to go praying for many different spheres of influence in our nation, including government officials, local and national, and family, and many different, education, military. So we will have a great representation there of praying for all these important parts of our United States. And also, I want to point out that this is a very important, significant day because there's only one day of prayer established in our nation's public law. And so I want to thank you all, and please come and attend with us. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I could add a comment to all of the pastors who came tonight, thank you. And for everybody here, this is a special day for all of us. As we just heard, it's the only day that's recognized. But I challenge all of us that we think about that day and take it forward. We don't need a day to think about what we're blessed with. We've got challenges in this country, in this world, here in Trophy Club. So let's not forget the blessings we all have. Take it forward on May 4th. Thank you all.
Next, we have Ms. Julie Wright from the United Way for the Mental Health Awareness Proclamation. Is Ms. Wright here this evening? Okay, we'll get this to her. Maybe Carl should say a few words about the Mental Health Proclamation, since your organization deals with, and your new... Uh-oh, he's muted. Are you muted, Carl? You muted? Nope, can't hear Carl. Okay. For Memorial Day proclamation, we did invite Terry and Beth Burgess. Are they here this evening? Okay, we will make sure we get this to them as well. Well, I know we have our police department here for this next one, for our Police Week proclamation. Chief Arada, I know you're our interim town manager, but you can play chief for a second, with our Captain Tillman, and I see John out there.
Hey, John.
Okay. I'm gonna hand this to. Yeah, I know. 1 out of 3. Is anyone else?
Thank you, sir. It's nice to meet you. Come back and see us.
Thanks, Brian.
Absolutely.
Do you want to say a few words? That's great. Do you want to say a few words?
Mayor and council, on behalf of the police department, thank you for this proclamation, and I know all the officers take the time and take a moment to think about what's happened in this country and what we do as every day, and we just keep moving forward. So thank you for recognizing us.
Thank you and your team for all that you do and have done for our community. As you are all very well aware, this is our 3rd year being the safest city or town in Texas, and that's due to your leadership and your staff and your officers with you, and we do appreciate that. And I hope you know that the Mayor and Council has always fully supported our first responders and hopefully will, and we appreciate each and every one of you, your service to our community, for sure. Okay, I'm sure we have others.
No, just thank you for the police, everything you do. It's a tough job out there, and we appreciate that.
Now it's your turn. I get to give you your proclamation.
Yay!
Do you want Mom and Dad to come? Would you like to come? Yeah, we'll make room for Mom and Dad. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much for helping us out this evening. I hope you had a good time. You come back and visit whenever you'd like. Okay? Okay, now I'll probably see you at your school, I think, next month for Amazing Shake. All right? All right. Good job.
Good to see you, Gary. Mayor.
Did I leave my glasses?
Would you leave down there?
Did I leave my glasses there? Well, it's only fitting my last full meeting is full of proclamations. That's kind of my thing, I guess. Thank you. Okay, are we going to go ahead and do item 6, or okay? Okay. All right, we're going to move on to item 6 with Parks and Recreation Board update with Director Jaramillo. How'd I do? Better?
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council. The Parks and Recreation Board and staff met on April 17th. And I do have a couple of updates for everyone and some reminders. We do have the Taste of Trophy Club event coming up this Saturday, April 29th, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. at Independence Park East. And we'll have various food trucks, 2 live bands, some bounce houses for the kiddos, and yeah, it'll be an amazing event as it was last year. Please keep an eye on our website and Facebook posts for any changes due to inclement weather. Okay. And then we have an Arbor Day ceremony this Friday, April 28th at 8 a.m. at Independence Park East as well. And a big thanks to our Rotary Club for donating a tree to replace one of the trees over at the Independence Park parking lot. So we look forward to meeting with them this Friday. We have our POWMIA ceremony Saturday, May 20th, 2023 from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m., and that also will be held at Independence Park West at our Veterans Memorial Park. We have our summer celebration new event this year. That'll be May 26th at 6:30 p.m. at Independence Park East. Please keep in mind and jot this down on your calendars. We'll have 600 free meals from In-N-Out Burger, and they'll have their big old truck there and cooking out some delicious burgers and fries, and drinks will be provided as well. We have our Memorial Day ceremony Monday, May 29th at Medland Cemetery from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. And then we have our biggest event in town, 4th of July, our 5K parade and celebration, which will be on a Tuesday this year. And our 5K registration has been open now for approximately 2 weeks. And our Parade of Patriots registration opens, I believe, by the end of this month, May 29th as well. Please visit our website at trophyclub.org for all of this information. And if you have any questions, you can also email us at parksandrec@trophyclub.org as well. The board did vote on creating a subcommittee for park improvement plans. As you may recall, I presented the council with a master plan not too long ago. What they're going to do is assist us with that master plan and prioritizing that plan, then I'll bring that plan to council at a future date. Short meeting, they did also, I failed to mention, voted on having a POWMIA ceremony annually from here on out. That ceremony will be held the third Friday of September every year. So look forward to doing that as well. So that concludes my update for our park board meeting. I am available for any questions.
Well, that's a lot on the calendar to start off our summer fun. I know all these events are really great based on last year's event, so hope everybody makes it out. And I think the next one coming up is the Saturday the 29th, the Taste, which is, I heard, is even going to be better than last year. So please check our trophyclub.org website on our events calendar, community events, and also the Trophy Club Parks and Recreation Facebook page as well. And as usual, volunteer opportunities for some of our students who'd like to participate, just contact Tony here at the town for that.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, anyone else?
Were you going to mention anything about the pickleballs?
That
That
is
is
on
next.
the item at a little bit later.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
That's okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Tony.
Okay, next up, we have public comments. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the council on any matter. The council is not permitted to discuss or take action on any presentations made. Presentations are limited to matters over which the council has authority. Speakers have to have up to 4 minutes or the time limit determined by the presiding officer. Each speaker must have submitted their request to speak by completing the speaker's form, or they may email mayor&council@trophyclub.org. I'm pretty sure we have. Okay, Ms. Terrell Flynn. There you are, okay. Name and address, please.
Hi, I'm Terrell Flynn, 417 Ramsey Trail, and I am here to invite you all, council and mayor, and all of the citizens of Trophy Club to our 3rd annual Mother's Day Art and Garden Festival, which we may have a slide for somewhere.
Do we have a slide for the Art and Garden Festival?
They do have one.
They do?
So the Art and Garden Festival, as you may know, the proceeds from this festival benefit Denton and Tarrant County charities distributed by the Trophy Club Women's Club and our Allocations and Grants Committee. It is going to be held at likely named Mother's Day weekend. So Mother's Day, May 12th, 13th, and 14th will be the Mother's Day Art and Garden Festival. It is held in Trophy Club Town Center, which is, we call it the backyard. It is the area behind Anna Mia's and Blue 22 where all the kids play. That will be taken over by about 30 artists, all kinds of wonderful garden and pots and flowers, as well as entertainment for the kids. We will have our popular balloon man back, Christopher Lyle, will be there both Saturday and Sunday. We will have entertainment and music throughout the festival, including Friday night. Wrong Way Jackson will be playing Friday night, David Moore Band on Saturday night, and the Blandells will wrap us up on Sunday afternoon. In addition, we have some really cool things this year. We have steel drums we'll be playing on Saturday morning, and a harpist on Mother's Day morning for all the moms that are coming through. One of the new things this year is a tour of Town Center. So the tenants have offered up different deals, freebies, and bling. And for a small donation, you get access to the tenants throughout Town Center. You can stop in and see them and get a free drink or a free offering or a doggy bone from the pet bar or something along those lines. So it's that's a new one. We'll have artists, flowers, and a vintage car display on Saturday. So that is another new addition that we have to the festival. Everything is listed on our website, which is tcwcartandgardenfestival.com. It's kind of long. All of our sponsors are listed, including our sponsors, the Trophy Club Tenant Association and the Flower Ranch, who's providing all of the flowers for us at no charge. So that's really nice. Those proceeds will go to our grants. There's plenty of time left to go to the website and donate or volunteer. There's still volunteer spots available for the festival, and we just hope to see you all there at the third annual festival. Thank you.
And Terrell, just real quick, since we have such a large audience, would you like to remind everyone how much money the Women's Club has raised and for which organizations throughout our community and surrounding neighbors?
So each year that the 501s, the charities, turn in a grant application, and our grants committee takes a look at that and awards the money. We typically raise somewhere between $30,000 and $35,000 a year, and over the last 40 years, we're up around $900,000, so almost close to $1 million in charitable giving.
And that includes last weekend's yard sale permits, right? And that charitable
Actually,
number?
the permits go to scholarships.
Scholarships,
That's
but
something
as far as donate, well, so that's even on top of the $900,000.
yeah, it's kind of
So,
low in there.
trying to give you all a little pump up for how much the Women's Club does for our community and our surrounding neighbors in the form of grants and donations and charitable gifts to a lot of great recipients throughout the year. So almost $900,000 or over $900,000. That's a lot. So every little bit, counts. And can't wait for the Art Garden Show. I'm sure it's going to be great. Are those your new colors for T-shirts this year?
This is last year.
Last year's?
They'll be-
Well, it looks good. Well, we can't wait to see you then, and I hope everyone goes and joins them on Mother's Day weekend. It should be a great time. It usually is, and this is going to be, what, third year,
Third
right?
year.
Third year. And growing strong.
All righty.
Thanks
Thank
for being
you.
here. Thanks for the update. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor, I know we can't comment on citizens' comments, so I won't, but
Oh,
I am
goodness.
amazed.
You know what? I always think that's an announcement report because we work together so much.
I am amazed, though.
How come no one called point of order on me? Carl, where are you?
Have you ever seen so many people come for a citizen's comment? It's just amazing.
Well, I think they're
Really-
waiting to speak
really
on
doesn't.
item 15, actually.
Oh.
So, well, thank you for no one calling me out on that. I was just in proclamation mode and awareness mode there, so
Hey, good
appreciate it.
support.
Thanks, David. A lot of help you are.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we're selective in our points of order, right? All right. We do have one more. Ms. Tracy Hunter, is she here? Signed up to speak? Name and address, please.
Tracy Hunter, 19 Monterey Drive. One moment. My printer wasn't working this evening. Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me time to speak this evening. I promise this will be short. Those of you that know me, that's a feat by itself. I would like to express my disappointment regarding individuals in our community and a couple of council members that are feeding hate into our community. As representatives of our town, you are obligated to ensure the safety of all citizens. What I have personally witnessed is quite the opposite. I say shame on those who have instilled fear in our community. And I say shame on you for encouraging this fear. I too am being bullied on and off the field, and will not tolerate it. What once seemed to be Trophy Club a great place to call home has now become an embarrassment to many citizens that so love this town. Mayor, I would like to thank you for all that you have done for our town. You repaired relationships tarnished by previous council members, attend almost every event representing our community you so proudly serve, and most importantly, did in fact bring many people together for all the right reasons. You are truly a wonderful role model to our younger citizens, demonstrating what a good person does with a servant heart. I am proud to call you my friend and will forever cherish all the good that you have done for our town of Trophy Club. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everyone left is for Agenda 50. Do we have another public comment?
I just need to clarify. Mr. Barron for Hogan's Glen? Or for
D. Barron is probably for item 15, right? No? Your public comments as well? Okay, come forward, please. Is there anyone else, Anita?
Good evening, Mayor.
Name and address, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is D. Barron, and I live at 58 Cypress Court. And yes, it is Hogan's Glen, but, and I'll say for the people that know me up here that I've worked with, I'm going to be very, very brief tonight, which is unlike me too. But for the past couple of months, I've been wanting to come up here and I've had some health issues, and just one thing or another has kind of stood in the way. And when I saw that Hogan's Glen was on the schedule tonight, I thought this would be a good opportunity to come up and get this out of the way. And one of the really important reasons I'm here is not to speak about what I think you'll be hearing from my neighbors and friends at Hogan's Glen, but I came here to really not speak about anything. I wanted to hand deliver a letter that I sent to the town manager, and I think I might need to have my head examined because he is also the police chief. But I sent that to him this week, and rather than mail a copy to each council member and you, Mayor, I thought it'd be good for me to just come to this meeting. I've got a folder here with 7 letters in it, one for each council member, the mayor, and one extra. And like I said a minute ago, I'm here because I spoke here 3 years ago. It was August 13th, 2019. And this is kind of the continuation of a mission that I kind of began back then. And a mission that I think is really for everybody in our town, not just myself or my community. And what I wanted to ask is, because all the new members of council that are here were not here that night. In fact, everyone is new. I was going to ask that each of you could please read this letter that I'm going to leave you tonight, and also go back and read, look at YouTube, and not read, but look at the video from the meeting on August 13th of 2019. I spoke for about 4 or 5 minutes that night. In fact, it was probably a few minutes longer, and I was allowed to. But I think that'll summarize quite a bit of what my concerns have been the past 3 years. And I think my letter, which it leveled out at about 4.5 pages, will tell you the rest. So just to close, Mayor, I wish you the best in all your ventures. I personally think our town is a great town, but we do have a serious problem, and I'm hopeful now that there could be a willingness to look at what I'm going to leave you tonight and work together to fix it. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comments, Anita? No, good, okay. We are going to move up item 13 to address next. So if Director Matt Cox will please talk to us about our final plat for 7 townhomes to be built at 401 Trophy Wood Drive.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you said, we have a final plat. It is 7 townhome lots. It's actually just right across the street from here. It's one common lot and then an additional lot with the private street. Just a little bit of background. The preliminary plat went to P&Z and Council back in December of '21. The property has access to an improved public street, which is right here on Trophy Wood Drive. It was originally part of PD 25 and zoned for office uses, and if you all recall, it was we had a rezone to PD 35. The development will require a homeowners association, and engineering plans have been submitted to our engineers and Trophy Club Municipal Utility District and have been approved. The minimum average lot size per zoning is 3,000 square feet, and the average lot size provided is 3,500, or a little over 3,500 square feet. At this point, I'm going to turn this over to Helen Eve. She has been doing a lot of the planning for us, has a lot of the questions and answers from P&Z and from council that I know that y'all are wanting to know, so I'm going to turn this over to her.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, as Matt said, the preliminary plat and zoning was approved at the end of December 2021. Since that time, we did receive the engineering plans, and those have been approved by both jurisdictions. And when it was turned in for the final plat review, I think you're all familiar with the 30-day shot clock. There's a lot to cover in 30 days before it gets to the Planning and Zoning Commission. We worked hard to address any inconsistencies or making sure all the requirements were met. When this went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, I had outlined a number of conditions for approval. Just my experience, you've got to let the developers and the applicants be aware that just because the plat is approved, they're not going to go start moving dirt next week. And that's what we wanted P&Z to see and understand as well. There was a bit of confusion with the Planning and Zoning Commission. Did the plat meet the requirements or did it not? Those conditions have been included in your staff report under other development requirements. It's everything from tree removal permits to submitting landscape and wall signage plans. Those are still items that are outstanding. However, it doesn't say in your ordinances that the final plat can be denied or not approved without those items. These are just items that are either in the subdivision regulations or the zoning regulations that are all tied together. It's similar to the engineering plans. It's a part of the final plat process. The final plat that you had in your packet, we did find out this morning there were a couple of typographic errors, and Councilman Oldham pointed those out to us. It had to do with the legend and the proper county being referenced. The applicant quickly took care of those today, so I can tell you that the plat before you does meet requirements and be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan.
Mayor, I have a motion. I motion to approve this final plat with the conditions listed in the staff report and the other development requirements as mentioned in the planning and zoning motion to approve with conditions.
Gail,
That's my motion.
second.
Second.
I seconded, so
Oh, sorry.
that's okay. I just kind of jumped in there because
No, that's
we
right.
had a
If I
pause.
can continue on that. Okay.
Are you,
No,
Was that-
I've got a little
are
list.
you, they already have the conditions? Or
Excuse me?
do you have more to the motion? Do you-
No, that's the motion.
Okay.
No. Okay.
Discussion?
Discussion.
Okay, we're on discussion. Go ahead.
Okay. I attended the P&Z mission meeting. There was a lot of confusion, and the P&Z people weren't exactly happy with the amount of conditions that were put on there. They felt that the plat wasn't ready. I've shared my concerns with the staff and Helen Eve, and they're starting to address them, and I appreciate that. The reason I worded my motion the way it is I have no idea what the planning and zoning approved. I don't have that sheet of paper. I don't have that list of conditions. I do know that they said there were conditions. The reason is that they were given changes at the dais, and I was in the audience and I didn't get a chance to get a copy. Also, P&Z asked about a traffic study. That was one of their questions. When the PD was approved on December 13th, 2021, in page 82, there was a concept plan, and on that concept plan, Exhibit C, Note 2 says a median opening and left turn lane shall be constructed. And then after that, it says if allowed and approved by city staff. Now, I understand common sense is you're not going to put one in, but the idea is we need to document that staff has not approved this and is denying it. And I don't know exactly how to do that, but it does need to be traceable, both through the applicant to know that he doesn't have to do it, both through the town, and also for anybody that wants to look it up, they can find it readily. And I'd like to ask staff to address that later. It's not part of this. It is off-site improvements. It's an off-site improvement, so it doesn't exactly affect the final plat. The other is tonight's staff report has that the P&Z approved this. Well, the P&Z didn't approve it. They approved it with conditions. That's different. And staff has agreed to improve and do better at that when I talk to them. That's my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so is there anything you would like to add to that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So your motion stands?
Yep.
Okay. And did you want to say something, Pete, or did you?
No, he actually covered it.
You covered it? Okay. Mr. Flynn?
So I just, from a staff perspective, after listening to Councilman Sheridan, do you feel comfortable, does staff feel comfortable moving forward? Because after listening to that, I don't feel comfortable. Sounds like there's a lot up in the air, and I'm just looking for assurances from staff that those will be addressed.
I think what Dennis was saying, it was more of a procedural thing. They do have the conditions, they were agreed to. They just aren't listed in our packet. But he is, am I correct? Did I hear that correct?
I'm assured, and
Okay.
looked at what they produced for
Yeah.
tonight.
They showed
It's
up
just a
as
process that I'm not happy
And-
with, and I thought needed to be vetted in open.
Oh, okay.
So he is
Thanks for that
comfortable. And
clarification.
Helen Eve, I believe you said this does meet the requirements, and that's why you're here, because you are comfortable, and we do have,
Yes, ma'am.
Approval.
The conditions are summarized in your other development requirements.
okay, so we do have the
It
conditions.
is in your packet. yes,
So they are in here?
Yes, there are conditions, yes. That's why my motion
Okay.
was.
I thought you said we didn't have the, okay,
Okay.
I got it.
Yeah, that's
My
where I was
motion
confused.
said with
Yeah.
staff.
I understand your confusion,
Okay.
Councilman Finn. Okay,
So, Mr.
I
Flynn,
think we're good.
Mr. Flynn, just to reiterate, all the conditions that were put on the plat in at the P&Z meeting have been met prior to this council meeting. So you are getting a clean plat, other than what conditions were added, if there were any conditions added. I don't believe there were any conditions added prior to it coming here. So you are getting a clean plat to approve.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there was a couple typographical errors that were found. This is a clean plat. All the conditions were already approved and passed, and everyone's comfortable, and everyone's happy, and we're all good, right? Okay. Any more discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Oldham, go ahead.
Yes. I think what we're doing here is just reflecting or mirroring. I've watched the P&Z meeting that we had in April. They're frustrated because they feel like they're under the time clock, and they are, because statutorily, it'll go through without them. But the question that Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan brought up about the median cut, what we were looking at is just getting that documented. We know that there was a meeting with the engineers, but there's nothing to take that, lift it off the requirements from the initial preliminary into the final. And one thing that I know Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan's working very hard on is to get our process clearly documented, no errors, get it through, because as we all know, if there are any problems in the development stage, they'll come back to
Okay,
us.
you guys have done a great job on working all this, but I don't want to get too far off topic because we had the motion in a second and discussion, and before we can address staff issues with staff, I believe.
I defer to the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Can we finish with our motion and vote, and then we can absolutely discuss those things that we've been discussing afterwards? Thank you. All in favor of the motion? Any opposed? And it passes unanimously. And thank you, Luann and Dennis, for working so hard with our P&Z on this. Your work is appreciated.
I appreciate staff working with me with my complaints.
Yeah. Okay, moving on. And thank you for being here this evening. We do have our developer here, Armor. I'm glad that all worked out. Would you like to say a few words, or?
First, I am sorry for not being here at P&Z last time. Our engineer was supposed to be here, and the first time I have ever not gone to a P&Z or a council meeting, he doesn't show up. And so a lot of the questions were unaddressed. You were saying, Councilman Dennis, that there was conditions in this. I just want to clear, there are no conditions anymore. Everything has been addressed down to the last comment that we got this morning on a typo on the legend. So that's done. So I'm just here. If you guys have any questions at all for me, I'm happy to answer them right now. None.
Good. Thank you very much for being
Thank you.
here.
Thank you again.
And we do understand why you couldn't make that last meeting, and everything worked out with your family.
Yeah, he did well that, and he just,
Yeah.
the engineer didn't show up, and I didn't know. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. We look forward to your beautiful townhomes. Love the renderings. Thank you. Okay, so that was 13, so we need to move back up to 7. Okay, we have a public hearing this evening regarding the youth programs standards of care ordinance. And we have Tony here again to talk to us about that, these changes in our ordinance. And the time is now, need my gavel back, 7:53 p.m.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Just wanted to inform you that the only revisions made to the youth program standard of care for this year are our 2 job titles. We went from recreation superintendent to recreation coordinator of events, and included recreation coordinator of sports and programs. Those are the only revisions for this year. Thank you.
Great. Do we have anyone signed up to speak for this public hearing? No. Okay, so I will close the hearing at 7:53 and 43 seconds. Okay, and do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Agenda Item 7, Youth Program Standards of Care Ordinance as proposed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan, a second by Councilman Flynn. Any more discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, that should bring us to our consent agenda. We have items 8 through 12, and I believe, Dennis, you wanted to pull item 11?
Item 11, yeah.
Okay, so you want to make a motion?
Did you say something about item 12?
I said 8 through 12,
Oh,
but
okay,
you want
yeah,
to
I'd like
pull
to make a
11.
motion that we approve the consent agenda number 8, number 9, number 10, number 12.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan and a second by Councilman Beach. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? And that passes. Okay, just at 13. All right, now for what we've all been waiting for, our pickleball update.
Are we going to go back to 11?
Number 11?
Yeah.
Number 11? Oh, I'm sorry, we pulled that one, didn't we?
All right, I'll make it quick.
Okay,
Mayor,
go
I'd
ahead,
like to
Dennis.
make a motion.
You were so quiet.
I
Thought you were done.
trying to be nice. Gee, I'm trying hard.
Okay. It's working.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve number 11, which is budget, with the following change, that we reduce the town manager's professional outside services to $30,000.
That's your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second.
Okay. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan and a second by Councilman Beach. And discussion, let's let Interim Town Manager Arata speak to that.
Right, yes. We did a PO for the services, and we included the town secretary position, but we're not going to be doing that, so we need to reduce it down to 30,000.
Okay.
That's why that popped up to 60. So thank you, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? And that passes unanimously. Okay, now is it Tony's turn again? Dennis? Got to keep me on track, man.
Oh, you want me to make
Where
a
am I?
motion for
Pickleball, right? No, not a motion,
I
but
don't
I
know how to
just
play.
want to make sure I'm on the right,
Yeah,
right
no,
item.
We're cool.
So are we going to go to 14?
That's Tony, right? Or is that 13? Yeah, 14,
Okay.
right?
All
Yeah. Now I'm right. Now you're messing me up. Okay, Tony, you're popular tonight. Here we go.
Thank you again, Mayor, Council. We are just at the finish line with our pickleball court update and project. We did select Half and Associates as the qualified firm for this project. As you recall, a couple of weeks ago, we provided you with an update with the pickleball court and selected a location at Harmony Park. The only thing that changed is the timeline now for this project has increased by approximately 5 months. 2 of those months are needed for a complete of the design that will be provided to staff, and 3 months for construction. Those were the only changes to the timeline, and staff is recommending moving forward with Half and Associates.
What was the original timeline?
The original timeline that I provided was 8 weeks. However, that was provided by the contractor themselves, right?
That didn't include all the other
That did not
things,
include, yes,
right,
ma'am. That
okay.
include the design and the cure for the surface of the.
Well, those things we have to have.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Can't have uncured courts and poorly designed courts.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for that update.
I make a motion, we approve the requisition of Half and Associates.
I'll second. Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan and a second by me. Any more discussion, anyone? All in favor? Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okey doke. Our next item, our town manager, Wade Carroll, has some information on a request made to the Town Trophy Club from Hogan's Glen HOA.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we're going to discuss under your next item a letter that was received by staff and the council, provided by Hogan's Glen HOA with a specific request in it for monetary assistance in the maintenance of their ponds due to silt that was added to the ponds during a construction project of PD 30. So council has received a briefing from our town attorney, Mr. Dodd. It has our staff report, which was in the packet, explaining staff's position on the matter as well. And tonight, Hogan's Glen will be coming forward with a presentation themselves. Pat Curry, the HOA president. Pat, I believe it's going to be you giving the presentation, right? Well, there's actually going to be about 5 of us. Okay, so we have a mixed presentation here. Mr. Curry will introduce the presenters. They'll go through some slides, and then we can consider the request. Any questions that we have after the presentation can be directed towards council and myself and staff.
Okay, great. And just so council knows, I do have everyone's sign-up sheet to speak, but they are going to choose the order they go in. And just everyone, please, before you speak, your name and address.
Right. So the first thing that will happen is the presentation, and then the sign-up to speak will be after. I would suggest after any response required from staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Wade and Mayor. I'm Pat Curry. I live at 2 Asheville Lane in Hogan's Glen Trophy Club. And before I start, our letter was not about maintenance of our ponds. It was about remediation of the damage that was caused in the ponds, so just to clear that up. We trying to be respectful of the 4-minute timeline, and so, frankly, I wouldn't have to get up here and talk all by myself. We sort of divided up a formal presentation, and I know we have at least one and maybe others that would like to speak after our formal presentation. So we're going to do our formal presentation. Kathy Palmer is going to speak first, and I'll let them each introduce themselves. and then Jeff Fontaine, and then Mike and Mary Lee Hodge, then I will wrap it up. So Kathy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Palmer, and Scott Palmer and I live at 40 Cypress Court. And some of you already know our story, but for those of you who don't, we built our very first zero-lot line house on Hannah Court and moved to Trophy Club in 2000 after buying Roanoke Pharmacy. Upon learning the plans of a hospital to be built directly behind us and seeing that our yard was too small to accommodate our growing family of grandchildren, we decided to look elsewhere for an appropriate situation for our family. In 2006, we bought a lot in the villas in Hogan's Glen and paid a premium for it because it was on the water. But it was well worth it, as it provided beautiful scenery, peaceful, a larger lot, and most of all, great fishing for our grandsons. But all that changed with the construction of PD 30. All of us here tonight know the story and the damage our waterways suffered due to the failed SW3P and the city's failure to stop construction until it could be fixed. All of us here also know the failure of the city to withhold COs to put the pressure on the contracts to fix the problem. Subsequently, after numerous rain events, our waters were flooded with excess silt, water, construction materials, and trash, and fishing as we knew it ended. The 4 bubblers surrounding the island directly behind our house to prevent stagnant water and mosquitoes has been buried under silt ever since. The last time I spoke here, Carl Monger put a motion forward to put us on the agenda, and it has taken us to today for this to happen. But I feel you all are the council that has the opportunity to write a happy ending to this story. And the ability to override the opinions of the town attorney is necessary. When I attended the last council meeting here where pickleball courts were discussed, Mayor Fleury, you said something that really struck a chord with me. You said that you all sitting on the council are here to serve the people of Trophy Club, and it was so helpful for you all to have people show up and let us know what they wanted via emails, phone calls, and their attendance at this meeting. So as you can see here tonight, we have a good turnout and representation of our neighborhood here tonight to show you the council how important this is to all of us. There are 200 homes in Hogan's Glen, and all are paying a price for something we did not do. We are not asking you to foot the entire bill, but to assist us in being able to afford the repairs that need to be done to restore our public waterways back to what they were prior to PD 30. And my mother always said, the third time's the charm, and this is my third time to speak before the town council and ask for assistance in righting this wrong. I'm not only asking for myself and other homeowners, but for my grandchildren. My youngest grandson wants to be able to enjoy the fishing the way his older brothers did. And you have that ability to grant that wish for him and all the other children living in Hogan's Glen. My hopes and prayers for you all to choose to do what is right lays in each one of your all's hands. What would you want to have the decision to be if it was your property? Thank you for your service to our town and for your fair and honest consideration to this issue. The pictures I have included are what the pond looked like just a few days ago. Just imagine what it'll look like after the heat sets in and the rain stops. The other pictures of the pond is what it looked like in July of 2022, after we had actually had an abnormally high amount of rain in June, but ducks were able to walk from side to side through the mud. We have had to live through this the last 2 summers, and not only was it ugly, but the smell was terrible and the fishing was non-existent. The other pictures are my 2 oldest grandsons fishing and enjoying time on the pond with their granddad, but our youngest brewer wants to have the opportunity to do the same. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Palmer.
Mayor, she mentioned pictures.
I think those...
Kathy, could I ask what pictures?
Yeah, here. I've got
Oh, they're right there, so they're not on display. All right, I'm not trying to interrupt. I was looking for...
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And this is an agenda item, so we can converse. Cute.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Town Council. Let me begin by saying thank you for allowing the Hogan's Glen HOA to engage with you in this forum. My name is Jeff Fontaine. I live at 12 Asheville Lane, and I've been a 9-year resident of Trophy Club. So next slide, if you could. So I'm here tonight to share some important background for how we arrived at this point. My colleagues from the HOA will follow me with additional critical information and some recommendations that we strongly urge you to consider. So in late 2017, the HOA dredged prior to construction beginning at PD 30. This was the first time the HOA had dredged in many years. Yet approximately 12 months later, our front pond that abuts Indian Creek was full of silt and sediment because of multiple failures of the SW3P, for which the town is responsible for managing. They're responsible for managing those prevention measures. Prevention measures that the town is obligated to control and manage as directed in Section 3.14 of the Town Code. So let me be very clear and simple on two critical points. So first, the town has absolutely contributed to the damage that Hogan's Glen has experienced. As evidenced in this picture and subsequent video, all, and let me repeat, all of the silt and sediment that Hogan's Glen received from PD 30 traversed this town's drainage conduits. So this includes the drainage inlet that you see in the picture and the drainage culverts that run under Indian Creek. The silt and sediment that exited PD 30 entered town-managed property before being dumped into Hogan's Glen ponds. Please, let's not divert from this very specific issue in conversation on this topic. Hogan's Glen does not abut PD 30. The town of Trophy Club abuts PD 30. And the drainage easements is what the town uses to, again, move the water and the activity from PD 30 directly into our ponds. It's clear in the pictures and if you go out to the site. Furthermore, the town had every opportunity to stop the damage from continuing to occur. Your team knew the sediment was flowing freely into Hogan's Glen. It's documented in your packet on multiple occasions. TCEQ even issued violations for the lack of methods, processes, and documentation as it relates to the SW3P failures. The HOA board met with town management on multiple occasions, asking for the town to use its authority to stop the silt and sedimentation flowing into our ponds. The town manager even committed to doing the right thing in multiple meetings. However, nothing happened. And so now this is your opportunity to make it happen, to do the right thing. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you for the next speaker.
I think I do have a question about one of the things you mentioned about the silt moving across the streets. Is that our issue or liability? If Wade or Patrick can address that, or David?
No, ma'am, I'd stand by the opinion that I'd issue y'all when I address that. Not that specific.
Do you want to?
Process. This law in the state of Texas is anyone can use any means to control drainage across their land as long as it doesn't cause pooling or erosion on neighbors.
Do you want to? Well, I'm just, before we hear other speakers, I'd like to address these questions per each speaker so we remember what to ask and where to address it
I haven't
at.
heard anything that changes the legal opinion I've given.
They couldn't hear him.
I haven't heard anything that changes the legal opinion I previously given.
The question was, you had mentioned the silt moving across. If that, over streets and drainage, does that make it a town issue or liability? I was going to clarify that with staff.
That does not make it a town issue or liability.
Okay. Did everyone hear him? Are you still having trouble hearing him? I'm sorry, David.
That does not make it a town issue or liability.
Okay. I don't know. For some reason, your mic's not picking up that well. And you're welcome to address the answers that staff give as well. So I'm just trying to open a dialogue instead of you talking and us not saying anything and not having a conversation. That's public comments, but an agenda item is where we have open communication between council, staff, and our residents to talk about this issue. And so if there's something that council has a question on, or staff, or our residents have a question on, let's ask and answer it so that it's all out and talked about.
Mayor, can we respond?
Does that make sense? Absolutely, Mr. Curry.
Yeah, thank you. Come to the
And just name and address, please, at the microphone
Again.
so we can hear.
Pat Curry, 2 Asheville Lane. I don't know what you consider 4 feet deep of sediment that amounts to 78 cubic yards, if that's not erosion. And I don't know what you would consider pooling, but that's exactly what happened. What you just described is exactly what happened. We had erosion that occurred from the site into the ponds that we were required to maintain. So I don't understand your point. Thank you.
Mayor, if I might, even by his statement, no erosion has been caused on the HOA ponds or creeks or that land. He's talking about silt that came across through drainage systems. I still stand by under the state law and the drainage laws. It does not create liability for the town.
Do you want to go on
I think
to,
if we go to the next slide and we're allowed to.
do you want to address this comment, Ms. Palmer? Please step to, I'm sorry, you have to speak to the microphone so we can.
I'm Kathy Palmer, 40 Cypress Court. I live right on the water, and I witnessed it, so it did. So I don't know what you're using as law, but what happened did happen. So whatever law says, you can't dispute. We witnessed it. We have videos. Erosion is, it no more looks like what it did prior to PD 30 now than what it did. There was a major erosion down 3 houses from us where he's had to rebuild his whole retaining wall because of all that erosion that happened, and it eroded all the way down past Hogan's Glen and the subsequent, because we're an open public waterway, so it did erode.
I don't want to get in a back and forth argument.
Okay, no, but I'm
But
going to, and bear with me, this issue's been going on for quite some time. And I think what happens is, we've never had a full-on back-and-forth conversation. There's been presentations, there's been letters and emails and things like that, and public comments, but there's some things like that. But at our public meeting where everyone can talk, my thing is we either talk about it now and get through it, and it may take us a little longer, or we're going to be right back here again. So I am going to allow a little bit of leniency and let our residents speak. I won't let it go too much repeating the same thing, but if there is a new point to come up, I'm going to allow that this evening, because this has been going on for a while, and they at least deserve to speak. What our decision's going to be tonight, whatever that's going to be, our residents have a right to speak and ask questions. And otherwise, you're just going to be doing this again. So thank you, though. I appreciate it.
I'm not trying to, but all of the complaints we've received up to date, even in the letters, were about sediment.
I understand, but they're here to
That's all the
speak.
cost of-
They,
I understand.
their voices want to be heard, and we're going to hear their voice. Okay?
Mayor.
You're welcome. Mr. Sheridan, Mayor
Kathy.
Pro Tem Sheridan.
Kathy? When you mention erosion, and I see the pictures and stuff,
Yeah.
are you talking about because of the amount of the water coming through, or because the siltation just rose the level of the lake to the point of it was eroding out?
No,
Can you explain?
It's mainly both, but the worst erosion came because it came with such force that we've never experienced before. So it eroded the land away on the lots. Now, for me, it washed away soil, but I still had a retaining wall, so it did not hurt my property, but further down the houses from us, it did. They had to come in and power pump, do all such sorts of foundation repairs for the retaining walls and whatever further down the stream. And there's major erosion on the other side where the creek passes Hogan's Glen. It eroded all the land around it.
So it was during a storm event?
Yes, because the water came at a force that has never come before.
Okay, so on to the next slide for your presentation.
Slide 2, thank you.
Okay, and name and...
I'm Mary Lee Hodge. I live at 12 Hayes Court. Thank you very much for your questions and allowing us to speak. I think some of the things I'll be mentioning here may help a little bit, Mr. Sheridan. We urge you to continue to place the citizens of Trophy Club, including Hogan's Glen, first by being on the cutting edge and uniting with us to form a public-private effort to develop and to implement a set of strategies that will address the past issues, the present issues, and the future management of stormwater flow. Our association has and has been responsibility for the ponds within Hogan's Glen. Please look at the first photo in your packet for slide 2. This is the initial survey of the town as it existed in 1985. Focusing on the highlighted area in the lower right, you can see the existence of a lake that is labeled by hole 8 of what was then the Oak Course, now the Hogan Course. And this is the area for where Hogan's Glen was first built. This is where now, if you look at the 2018 zoning map, it's listed as PD 17 and PD 19. The next 5 photos are plats of the initial phases for Hogan's Glen as a neighborhood from July of 1998 and March of 1999. You will see open spaces A and B that are shown as dedicated easements in Hogan's Glen. And you will note that General Note number 6 states that those open spaces are required to be maintained by the Homeowners Association. So we've had responsibility for some time. Yes, we know and we respect that town staff and council have a fiduciary responsibility to all citizens of Trophy Club, including our Hogan's Glen. This includes responsibilities related to stormwaters. The next 7 photos in your packet for slide 2 are excerpts from a June 2014 Friesen Nichols Stormwater Management Program that was prepared specifically for our town. Item 5 recommends that the town install 1,500 linear feet of gabion baskets along the route of Cypress Creek to stop erosion as stormwater flows from the eastern parts of town into the middle pond, which is with Pond 2 in our presentation, and it is within the Hogan's Glen neighborhood. To our knowledge, this recommendation has not been followed, and there are no plans to do so. What that means is our neighborhood will continue to be negatively impacted unless appropriate mitigation measures are put in place.
Ms. Hodge, I'm going to interrupt you right there so we can address that particular statement you just made about item 6. Who would like to field that question? David? Patrick? Matt? Wade? Can you repeat that about the 15 linear?
Item 5 in that report from Friesen Nichols that was dated June 2014 recommended that Trophy Club install 1,500 linear feet of gabion baskets in Cypress Creek for the purpose of helping to stop erosion as stormwater flows from the eastern parts of our town down through the channel, and it comes into our Pond 2.
Okay. Mr. Carroll, please.
I don't have my own mic, so I
Sorry.
gotta
We
go
have
back
to
and
share.
forth here. We got to share. Yes, ma'am. Mayor and council, so yes, we do have a Friesen Nichols study that did make the request. The Friesen Nichols study also has many other projects, including what was the total bill? A $9 million concrete pond, or concreting an entire ditch moving from, or drainage area coming from South Lake down through Indian Creek as well. So there are a lot of projects on that that were not undertaken due to fiduciary concerns. So yes, we do have a document in our hands that says that it's a good idea for us to get those done, just like it was a good idea to put in $9 million worth of concrete on the north end of town as well, and we just didn't have the funds to get that done.
Okay, thank you.
During PD 30, we experienced a number of issues with town staff oversight of the construction process and the floodwater process, the stormwaters. First, they allowed the entire 26-acre construction site to be just removed of all vegetation where it was dirt only at one time. They didn't do it by stages. They left a significant portion of Beck Boulevard unpaved until June of 2019. There's a photo in your packet. They also allowed a very large pile of excess dirt that was removed during the excavation process to sit on the site, exposed, uncovered for 17 months. They allowed the exit pipe, which I believe is 48 inches, from the detention reservoir to remain installed for 14 months before the restrictor plate, which is 18 inches, was installed, as stated, called for in the stormwater blueprints. This failure allowed the exit flow rate of up to almost 290 cubic feet per second, as opposed to the engineered design rate of 20.23 cubic feet per second, 14 times per second over the amount the engineer intended. And this was allowed to remain for 14 months.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt again, and let's please address that issue.
Yes, ma'am. The restrictor plate was found during an inspection process, and that inspection processes are done as the contractor calls for inspections and completions. So once the complete process was done, an inspection comes out, and that's when that was caught, and the restrictor plate changed.
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan, go ahead.
Was that addressed by any of the TECQ remediations or any violations or anything like that?
In the violations themselves, the TCEQ letter? No, sir. I don't believe it was.
So it wasn't considered part of their...
It's part of the construction process.
Construction process?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Another item was the staff did not require the developer to install grass sod in the detention area when it was constructed. So what that means is that for a period of time, until the sod was installed, the silt rose and flowed into the adjacent creek, and that creek flows into Hogan's Glen's ponds. Over the past 12 years, Hogan's Glen's drainage easements have been significantly impacted by the PD 30, by development in Westlake, by 2 expansions of Highway 14, including that sound wall, and by 2 expansions of water lines by the mud. Our town staff and leaders are really our ultimate protection for all activities that occur upstream from Hogan's Glen. Our stormwater must be managed responsibly together, not separate, but together, to keep Hogan's Glen and, by extension, Trophy Club a great place to call home. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flynn.
The slide that's up there, I don't see it over here, but up here, one of the points of contention, if it's a fair term to use, seems to be this issue, this notion of, are the Hogan's Glen ponds a public waterway? I brought this up to our council, to Patrick. So
we're going to address that, if you don't mind, a little later.
We're going to take away the waterway terminology.
Okay.
The drainage.
Okay, fair enough.
Mike, before you step up, if you don't mind, staff in no way wants to make a claim that there were not damages done to Hogan's Glen during a construction project in town. We know for a fact that during heavy rains that the amount of water overwhelmed the SW3P as approved, and drainage issues did cause problems. Those heavy rains caused silting in their ponds. Town is just maintaining that we did inspections as required, and we made them fix those SW3P issues as found, either by citizens sometimes, because we only have one inspector, or by the town many times. And we halted construction many times during the process of the construction of the infrastructure, and in order for the SW3P to be reinstalled, that silt fencing to be reinstalled as required. So the town, by no means, I didn't want to come across in a manner that's basically saying that all their statements are inaccurate, because I do believe that they have some serious silting in their ponds due to construction on PD 30. The town is maintaining, however, that we did our job and that there's no liabilities directly on the town for anything that we had done. So at that,
So the liability is not on the town, it's on the developer
be the
or the
developer.
construction. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And I'll let them finish up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I had a question for Kathy.
Oh, yes. For Kathy?
I'm sorry, for Mary. Mary Lee.
Ms. Hodge?
You mentioned, and I'm coming back to you, Mary, because you mentioned the restrictor plate and the velocity. Was that volume and velocity addressed in the lawsuits against Beck?
I'm going to let one of the board members
Oh,
address
okay,
that.
fine.
I'm a resident.
I asked you because you mentioned it, but
I
whoever can answer
appreciate
the question.
that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll reply to that. All the issues that we're talking about tonight were addressed in the lawsuit.
Okay.
Everything that we mentioned. And frankly, the erosion issue, again, when you have 20 times as much water coming down the road, and I don't know what definition of erosion is, but erosion can be erosion that's being caused by something, or it can be erosion that was placed somewhere as a result of that cause, and that's what happened in our situation. But yes, we addressed all of those things, but again, I would call your attention to the total amount that was spent. Our real issue with the town is not so much the fault, although there are some things that we contend were fault of the town, but it's more commitments that were made by none of you all, okay? But that's irrelevant. You all represent the town, and as you'll hear from me in a minute, I wasn't involved at all myself when this occurred. But by the commitments that were made and commitments that weren't followed through, up to and including things that are in your own codes that were not done. So that's what we'll talk more about in a minute.
Okay, well, I'll let you continue with your presentation then.
I'm Mike Hodge. I live at 12 Hayes Court. And I'm finishing on slide 2. Attached to a letter we sent to the town several weeks ago was a spreadsheet, which is your next item in the packet we provided you for slide 2, along with a contractor's estimate for sediment removal in Pond 2. The spreadsheet reflects the amounts of sediment that should be present under normal conditions since we last dredged compared to what is there. Pond 1 was dredged in December of 2017, as Jeff pointed out. So the period we're using to measure is 44 months, from January 2018 through August 2021 is when the point the HOA dredged again the front pond. We removed 1,200 cubic yards of material, and it was graded by a material laboratory to be select fill. This is 917 cubic yards of excess sediment than we expected. Pond 2 was last dredged in June of 2011, so the period is 140 months. The normal expected sediment accumulation was 1,595 cubic yards. The contractor's estimate that's included to get the Pond 2, which is 53,426 square feet, to its normal slope depth of 6 feet maximum will require removal of 8,500 cubic yards. Thus, we have 6,905 cubic yards of excess sediment present. So the total together is of 7,822 cubic yards listed on the slide. The town was not included in the litigation the HOA was forced to file due to potential statute of limitations issues in May of 2020 because it was perceived as an ally to our cause. This was based on numerous pledges and promises extended by town staff directly in meetings or from elected officials in public forums in the time period from June 2018 through May 2020. We were told the town held a construction bond, letter of credit, that they could file a claim to protect its citizens against any damages that were incurred. We observed town staff inform PD 30 development representatives that they would withhold certificates of occupancy until a resolution of the sediment removal had been finalized with the Hogan's Glen HOA as a result of the SWIP failures during the construction process of Trophy Club Town Center. Our perceived ally now wants to hide behind legal interpretations by the town attorney that we consider to be inaccurate as we present to you tonight. Upstream flow. Once again, if you refer back to the town study performed by Friesen Nichols, Figure 2 will show that uniquely the ponds in Hogan's Glen are part of a public drainage system for areas outside the confines of the neighborhood. a large portion of Westlake, Highway 114, Trophy Club Town Center, Lake Forest Village neighborhood, portions of Trophy Club Drive, and Indian Creek Drive are piped to flow through this pond drainage easement. Drainage flow continues through Trophy Club to the Country Club's pond portion of the Pond 2. Just to point out a fact here, if you look at Pond 2, approximately halfway up, I pointed out it's 52,000 square feet hours, but it's a 2.2 acre pond. Just beyond the traps there is a property line as it flows in there, and the Country Club owns the other portion of Pond 2. So it goes there downstream and goes into Pond 3, which is the HOA pond, carrying under Country Club Hogan 1 Fairway, then back across Golf Course Creek through the common area of Hogan's Glen, extending north to Asheville Drive, and then departs the HOA property into pipes located under Whitworth 10 Fairway as it proceeds to Lake Grapevine. If this flow through the drainage network had simply been water, we would not be here tonight. This drainage for an extended period included construction materials and debris, so its cleanup should not be paid for by 201 households when the entire population of the town is benefiting from the collection of property tax, sales tax, and possibly even development impact fee revenue from the very entities that created the need for this one-time cleanup. This strikes at a very core of our founding of our great country, taxation without representation. So if you refer to the final 3 photos in the slide 2 packet, the HOA has recognized other projects where the town has expended funds related to stormwater management involving private property that serves as a drainage easement. The photos indicate the installation of gabion baskets and grass sod on Trophy Club Country Club's property at the discharge location for the stormwater pipe related to the Fair Green project to slow velocity flow, to prevent future erosion, and probably capture non-water items. In our case, this erosion occurred upstream from our drainage easement, primarily through the construction process to erect Trophy Club Town Center, washing sediment into our pond drainage system. We ask that the town once again participate in a funding of public-private venture to return a designated platted drainage easement from 1999 for the town that lies within Hogan's Glen to be a fully functioning one.
Mr. Carroll, would you like to address a couple points from that? Thank you, Mr. Norris.
Mayor Fleury and Council, the gabion basket issue on the Indian Creek drainage project that Mike is speaking about. As David Dodd said earlier, where the town gains liability through a project is when there is erosion on a property. They can claim damages against the town because we are taking away a piece of their property, if that makes sense. So the gabion baskets were put in place during that project to keep that taking from occurring. So through the engineering study and the engineering process through that TNP did for that project, they were able to come up with the idea of using the gabion baskets to keep the town from incurring future liability where there would be erosion on that private property. So the erosion that was talked about on PD 30 was upstream from Hogan's Glen, so therefore the erosion any erosion that was done was on the PD 30 property itself, of which the SW3P was supposed to help mitigate some of that. And that's where we sit today, and that's the reason for the gabion baskets at the Indian Creek project.
Mayor Pro Tem Sheridan.
Mike, you mentioned the platted drainage easement.
Yeah, it's one of the very first object that Marilee pointed that if you look at the plat for Hogan's Glen,
right,
it definitely labels those areas as as drainage easements.
Right.
Dedicated drainage easements.
Is that before or after the ponds were created?
That's part of the plat before, if you look at the other photo, the pond was not there. As part of the development, as a drainage easement,
Right. Okay.
I believe the developer, that they were installed and approved by the town as a
And who
as a
owns
plat.
the easement? Is that the town easement? Is that the HOA's easement? Or is it just a platted easement? David?
It's a private easement.
Private.
And it
Okay.
says, the prior speaker actually referred to the point on the plat that said maintenance was the responsibility of the HOA in the common areas.
So I guess what I was trying to say is, are the ponds mentioned in the easement, or is it just strictly a land easement that happens to let water go through it? I don't know if I'm making myself clear.
I don't believe an easement's going to specify creek or pond or.
All right,
some-
that's fairly what I was trying to get. It doesn't name a pond, it doesn't name, it's just a drainage easement. Got it. Correct. Thank you.
Correct. I mean,
All right.
like I said, the water would flow. We don't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
It's what came with the water.
Nope, understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Mike, can you stay there
Oh,
for a second?
we have another question for you, Mike.
Excuse me then, Council Sheridan, one more. It's our
Sorry,
understanding, this
Yeah.
may not be correct, Wade, y'all can
Come up
correct
to the
me if
mic.
I'm wrong. But it's our understanding that the easement, that since you asked about the drainage easement, y'all are making my presentation easy, asking all these questions. The drainage easement was actually there like 15 years before the first house was ever built, before Hogan's Glen was even a gleaming in my daddy's eye. So it was there, it existed.
Okay.
And all they did was come in and widen it or whatever to create ponds, but the
With-
drainage easement was there. So somebody created that drainage easement. I got to assume it was the town, maybe a group of towns, because again, that creek flows from Westlake, maybe even beyond Westlake, across 114 through the town, as Mike and Mary Lee both pointed out. So the drainage easement was there long before we were, just to be clear.
Well, you can look at Indian Creek and look at the culverts that exist there. So the engineer design that built your road knew the water flow coming through there.
Okay, thank you.
Someone else?
I'm going to hold my comment until
Okay.
Pat's presentation.
Okay, thank you. Can you, things that are actually at the end of my comments, and I just want to start out by saying a couple of things. Just like I don't believe any of you all, I was not around for the first 3 years of this issue. I was one of those typical homeowners that had the NIMBY factor, not in my backyard. I didn't live on the ponds. I had just retired. The last thing in the world I want to do is get involved in HOA or HOA issue. And then I did get involved, and I've learned a lot over the last 3 years, much of which I wish I hadn't have learned related to this whole issue. But one thing I want to make real clear right off the bat, while we may disagree with some of the opinions that have been issued by both staff and the attorney, I'll speak for myself, and I think I'll speak for our entire board. We have nothing but the utmost respect for both the town attorney and certainly for the town staff. I've gotten to know 2 or 3 of the town staff over the last couple of years. I could probably come to y'all's compensation meeting and make some requests for increases in salary for a couple of them that have done great jobs on other issues. And frankly, I for one am sad to see Wade leave, although Patrick, I know you're doing a good job too, but I'm sad to see Wade leave. Kind of sad to see Patrick in this role, having the great police force that we have. And my granddad who raised me was a 35-year police officer, so I got a place in my heart for you guys. But so I just want to make it real clear that nobody here is mad at you all. We're not upset. We respect what you do. We do, however, feel like that there were a lot of commitments made to us that didn't get followed through on. So let me run through a couple of things real quick. You all got our letter, and all of these slides were with the letter, so this should be, I hope it's not new to any of you all, and I really appreciate the questions, and Mayor, I appreciate you allowing us to have some back and forth. But the bottom line is, if you all, as you can see clearly on the estimated cost to remedy the issue, if you all met our request, we would still be spending almost $400,000 of homeowner dues on something that we shouldn't spend a dime on. That's a fact, indisputable fact. And as Wade said, it's an indisputable fact that we were damaged. The real thing in dispute here is the opinions that I saw today, we saw your materials today, so on the fly, we sort of adjusted our presentation. The opinions that the town attorney has presented to you all and the opinions of the staff. And so that's really versus what we think, and that's really the decision-making process here. But I also want to remind you that we had two parts to our request. And this should be a model of what not to do in the future. And I realize that the Town Trophy Club is basically built out, but there will be some other issues. You guys sitting here listening to the agenda tonight, there's always issues with development, redevelopment, building, tearing down, rebuilding, all those kinds of things. And I strongly believe that the town needs a plan on how to deal with this. And I don't believe you have one right now. I may be wrong, but I don't believe you have one. And I certainly understand where Wade's coming from, having run an organization myself for 40 years. I understand where he's coming from, that you don't always have the finances to do everything that your planners recommend you do. But you do have to pick and choose and do some of the things that are being recommended. One key point I want to remind everybody is that we had just, as Jeff said at the very beginning, we had just dredged 6 months before this construction began. And so if you would go to the next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Wade told me how to do it, but I couldn't figure it out. As noted earlier, the Town Trophy Club plays a critical role in managing drainage. We were provided at a meeting with a bunch of our residents and prior town leadership. We were provided with a copy of the actual codes that spells it out. Frankly, you guys have a responsibility to manage stormwater damage that's caused to property owners regardless of our entire issue here. Our homeowners, as Kathy so well lined out, are clearly the victims in this debacle, and that's the word that I've taken to using lately because that's what it was. This whole thing is a convoluted debacle. Even if you look at the ponds, the way they're platted with, a creek that flows into a pond that we own, a second pond that we own half of, and the club owns the other half, flows out into a third pond that we own, then flows back into a creek that's kind of a public creek. And that's what we meant, by the way, by public waterways. It's a shared drainage system, shared, as Mike mentioned so well, public and private. The town, as I've mentioned, made multiple commitments throughout this process. And in a minute, I'm going to specifically address some of the opinions of both the town attorney and town staff and point some of these out specifically. And as Mike said, the reason we didn't include the town in the lawsuit is because we believe the town. And why wouldn't we? We were all tax-paying citizens. We felt like they were acting in good stead, and we felt like, frankly, that the town would do what they told us they were going to do. That failed to happen. And as I said earlier, we understand, I don't believe a single one of you all were around when this occurred. That's irrelevant. You're now in a position of leadership, just like me and of our 5 board members on our HOA, 4 of us were not around when this occurred. But it's our responsibility to deal with it now. We also understand, as was mentioned by some resident earlier who I didn't know, so I don't remember her name, that it's kind of a crazy time politically in our country, in our society, and certainly in our town. And I would hope, and we would all hope and ask, that you put aside any politics or personal feelings that you might have and try to do the right thing based on the facts that we've presented to you over, quite frankly, the last 3 years and 5 years that we've been dealing with this debacle. To be honest, it would, in my opinion, this is just me speaking, it would be a dereliction of your duty that you have as a leader in the community if you let politics get in the way of doing the right thing. I asked somebody, and I think she's already passed them out, to pass out to you, so you'll have it in writing, but I'm going to run through them real quick, won't take long. Kind of our response to both the town staff and the town attorney's documents. And again, I want to repeat right up front, I have nothing but the utmost respect for the staff. I've become friends with a couple of them. May not always agree, but you guys have got a great staff, and I hope you appreciate them as much as I do. But we've heard the word inspections mentioned several times now. I read through every single one of the inspections that's in the packet that you all, the notes of inspections that you all received. And I don't know, it's roughly 100, something like that. There's absolutely no record of any inspections between June 20th of 2018, which is when the first rain event occurred that caused damage and December 12th of 2018. That's when the first inspection note starts. There were 5 different rain events that occurred during that time period that led to silt and sediment in our ponds. There are lots.
Let's
Yeah.
address that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just address that first point.
Sure.
The inspections from 6/2018 to 12/2018 and the rain events.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. So that is about the time that I took over as interim town manager. We went through and looked at the inspection process. We were catching a lot of heat from Hogan's Glen, and a lot of complaints were being made that inspections were not occurring on a frequent enough basis. Inspections were already occurring, and TCEQ does not actually require us to document every single inspection that goes on out there. But due to the complaints that were brought forward from Hogan's Glen, one of the first things I did as interim town manager at that time was to ask Kevin Odell to begin keeping track of every inspection that we have. So we do not have records of inspections prior to, but I've been assured by Mr. Odell that the inspections did occur. Frequency, we can't speak to exactly because we don't have the proof of.
Okay.
Yes,
Just
ma'am.
to my point, just sort of seconds my point that we understand that a lot of you all weren't around, including staff.
Right. I just want to make sure that we're going to get through this tonight. We're going to
Right.
address every
I hear
single
you.
one of these, because if we don't do it now, it's just going to keep going, right?
Yeah.
Councilman Flynn would like to speak.
Yes, Steve.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time because you haven't really finished, but I've heard you say a couple times, it's even written down here, and almost every speaker said the same thing, and that's this whole idea of commitments made by the town.
Mhm.
Are you going to get into that specific detail? Because that's just a generalization that I need to understand.
I think that is on one of the documents he said. I think he is going to get to that.
Okay.
So we're going to address each point as he speaks, I think.
And I apologize for a couple of my typos where my autocorrect picked up the wrong word, but on point number 2, it's not decencies, it's deficiencies. There were many notations on the list that I saw today of deficiencies that were notated during the 12-month period. I suppose that's when Kevin got on the job, and Kevin is one of the staff members that I've had the privilege of working with and does an outstanding job, so now I understand why they started being notated. There were 7 different rain events during that 12-month period. One of our issues is we understand that the staff was noticing there were problems. We understand that they were making notations. However, this was not a one-off event. It wasn't even a two-off event. We say 7 rain events. If you really want to be honest about it, it was 9 rain events. It's just that in a couple of cases they occurred a couple of days apart, so we lumped them together into 7 different rain events. And nothing was done to stop the construction and ask them to remediate the issue. And there, I'll get to the reasons why in a minute, at least that we think.
Okay.
There,
Luann, did you have something to item 1 or 2?
Well, I had a question. Now, our formal inspection record didn't start until June. When was the dirt first moved?
Actually, your formal inspection record started in December.
Yeah, I would have to go back and look at the permit pool, to be honest with you. It's going to be somewhere around that December timeframe.
So it was 6 months. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, no. Right, the project started in June, we know that. I thought your question was about when did the
When
notation...
did the dirt first move? Because the first rain event you're saying was 6/20.
That's right.
When did the dirt first
June,
move?
early June, before that first rain event.
So that month.
Yes.
So any inspections prior to that rain event really weren't.
We don't know if there were inspections or not because they're not notated. I would believe if Kevin said that they did it. But again, the town was cited by TCEQ for improper and incorrect documentation and for not following through on that. So I assume that means that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure the dirt wasn't moving for 6 months before we started keeping a log.
David, do you want to speak to the citations?
I know staff reviewed that and met with TCEQ, and TCEQ was involved in the remediations and the new steps to be taken at the time. TCEQ was involved at all time. That'd probably be more a staff question for if anyone was here during those meetings.
Yeah, one of the frustrating things about TCEQ is TCEQ told us, their case officer told us, and in my former life, I found this to be the case. I'm not sure about what it relates to Trophy Club, and that would be a question for you. But TCEQ told us that the enforcement of the TCEQ violations was the responsibility of the town, so therefore they couldn't do anything and other than issue the violations. And the town told us at the time that, no, you got to deal with TCEQ. So it was what I call a vicious circle for us. We were getting no answers. We were just going around and round and round in the same circle, like a merry-go-round.
Mayor, the town did go out, that's what the inspections are for, to enforce the SW3P fencing and things like that. That's the town role in it, and that's what they were doing. I wasn't involved in the meetings with TCEQ on violations or anything else. I don't know if staff was.
Yeah, but again, since it happened 7 or 9, depending on how you want to count it, different times over a 12-month period, obviously whatever you were doing wasn't working, and you did nothing to do anything about it.
Dennis?
Address TCEQ is doesn't do anything, they tell the town to do something?
That's just what they told us.
Yeah,
We don't.
this is to staff or anybody. I developed, and TCEQ is the primary talking to me, not the town.
Sure.
With another town.
I'm going to invite Representative from Tom from
Okay,
Rutledge
please.
from TNP to come forward and talk about that process, the TCEQ process and the approval process of those plans.
And Pat, I don't mean to interrupt you, but this is right along with what you were just saying. Okay.
Well, good evening, Tom Rutledge with TMP. So there may be some legalese things in here. I'll try not to step into that world. I don't want to get into that. So years ago when we had EPA governing this and it went to TCEQ, when the SW3P started, that document, there's two documents. There's the original document and the construction plans, which we reviewed the plans, and there's a document in there. It's an erosion control plan, but it's not the SW3P. The SW3P is a booklet, and that's a document that the owner-operator has to fill out. So he fills out, in the beginning of the job, before it starts, he fills out an NOI, Notice of Intent. And the owner is the developer, the operator is the operator of the SWIP. And so that gets filled out, and they are the operator to maintain that SWIP through the process. Now, as we've done these over the years, we've always put that burden on the contractor for us as engineers, and as we've done these over the years. In part because of this reason right here, you want that burden to be on the contractor and the owner, because technically it's their dirt and it's their responsibility to retain that dirt on their site at all times. What we've always operated under that, and we weren't involved in any of the inspections on PD 30, is that they are to fill out, every time there's a rain event, that contractor is the operator, is to fill out a report, how many inches of rain, and they're to do inspections on all of their erosion control. Those reports are supposed to be documented. I wasn't even aware until Wade calls, there's even a lawsuit on this, so we kind of been in the dark on this. I don't know what was done during discovery, during the lawsuit, so obviously I can't speak to that, but there should have been a document that should have been found out during discovery, and they should have been preparing reports after every rain event and documenting that and showing that they're required to perform inspections.
They being the contractor.
The contractor, that's correct. For example, when we operate in the city of Fort Worth, they just don't go inspect that. That's always the obligation of the contractor. As a state, how many people are they going to have to go inspect it? So the burden is always on that until somebody calls TCEQ. They come out there and there's a violation. We've heard many of times of that happening. That's the area that's a gray area for me to know, was that the responsibility of the town by ordinance, but certainly as overseeing those things and seeing that the contractor's doing his job, that's probably the question there.
I would lead to another question. When I developed, I was responsible, but I hired a contractor, erosion control.
That's right.
Specific.
That's right.
in this case, was there a contractor that was for the erosion control?
Yes,
There was.
There was a contractor. He was actually named in the lawsuit and paid a penalty.
All right, that's fine.
And the way that's done today, as this has evolved,
This is 20 years ago.
which is good. We used to, as a firm, prepare SWIPs, and then it just got to where you want the operator of the SWIP to prepare the SWIP document. It's his document, and then he's obligated then to own that and to maintain it. And as many jobs as we engineer and design throughout the Metroplex, and when we see job sites, and everybody go drive around tomorrow and look at how many violations there are, silt fences that are down, erosion that's there, it is a common occurrence. We all see it. It's all looks good, but the execution of it is extremely difficult, and it is very difficult to retain all the silt on your property.
And to answer your question specifically about the contractor, they were issued multiple, I don't even know how many, but several TCEQ violations. And the way they got out of jail, quote unquote, with TCEQ, was that they stated that they would remediate post-construction. And Councilman Flynn, as a part answer to your question, not the total answer, but part of the answer was the town told us they would make sure that happened. And I'll get to how they told us that in a minute. And obviously, that didn't occur. There was zero remediation by the contractors after the fact. So, okay. You've already heard about the restriction plate being left off the outflow pipe for 14 months. This clearly was a significant contributor to the erosion, as Kathy mentioned, the flow of water. It was in the design plans. Wade, with all due respect, and Kevin, with all due respect, I don't know how for 14 months an inspector missed a big old giant restrictor plate that was a very critical part of the design plan. So there were several mentions of silt and sediment in streets over and through silt fencing on these various inspections, but there was not one single mention that I saw, and I could have missed it because there were a lot of them, but I read it twice today, of any damage to Hogan's Glen, and I just find that very curious because everybody saw it. And in fact, a couple of the council members at that time took a video of it, which we have somewhere in our archives of the thousands of videos that we have. As you heard Wade say, the staff clearly agrees that there was damage to Hogan's Glen. I don't think that's in dispute. So the bottom line in terms of the town staff documents is really two things. Number one, just mentioning deficiencies in a report, but not taking action when you have so many major SW3P failures over an extended period of time, 12 months, is clearly a failure on the part of the town to meet their responsibilities of taking care of citizens, regardless of our issue, taking care of citizens as it relates to stormwater. And then secondly, the town did not follow through on their commitments to remedy the problem. I mentioned one, I'll mention another one here in a minute.
Okay, who wants to take number 6 and answer to that? Mr. Carroll.
I'm not looking at number 6, but I'm assuming that that's the one about, let's see, bottom line is the two things. So the SWIP failures, we've already addressed the SWIP failures, right? So the SWIP failures were found at each failure and were required to be fixed. At sometimes I can't speak what happened prior to my being here, but after I was interim town manager, we stopped construction until those things were fixed. Construction on the infrastructure. Now, once the infrastructure is completed, the COs, the construction on the shell buildings themselves, inside the shell buildings themselves, we cannot legally hold up. And I will say that there were promises made by previous staff members that we would hold up COs all over that PD 30 property. But the fact that a staff member gives a statement like that that is not just counterintuitive, but I would say illegal, if David would back me up on that, does not, again, a bad promise does not make it our liability. Should they have made that promise? Absolutely not. Somebody should have known what they were doing a little better than that in order to give these folks a good, honest answer of what's happening and what's going on. So for that, I truly apologize on the behalf of staff that a promise was made that legally we could not keep.
Mr. Sheridan?
Oh, Kathy, Steve, just for a
Go ahead.
second. Did we use staff, town employees for inspectors, or were we using an outside firm?
Construction inspections, I believe, were done by both. I think we had, were you guys on that at TNP? I can't remember.
So that's when the management changed, and when PD 30 started, we weren't doing any inspections. And then I think that's when we lost Ed Hilton. Then at that time was a town inspector. We were asked to come in and to inspect the concrete pours and some of the storm drain installation that was around the buildings.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
So it was a mix of internal.
A mix of both.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Ms. Palmer?
I just had two comments that I thought maybe you could help us with, because when those rain events occurred and it went over Indian Creek, the police had to come and shut those streets down. So there should be some kind of records on file of that. They were shut down twice to my knowledge, and I think more times I was out of town than the others. So there should be verification that that mud came over the road and under the road into our neighborhood. And the other thing, I don't think it was just staff that made those promises of withholding the COs. I think it was council and previous. They made it to us as a board representing the town and came to our HOA and made those promises to us. So don't worry, we'll hold COs and you don't need to worry. And it didn't happen.
Council members came to your, who?
The mayor.
Which mayor? Okay. We're just getting everything out in the open, so when we say mayor, I didn't go, so I just want to make sure.
Yeah, no, no, it was before
And which
you.
council members?
Yes, it was before you, yes.
Which council members?
Well, I was considering the mayor as council member.
Okay.
I don't know the differentiation and the
Okay, well,
legalities of that.
He, Mr. Sanders, former Mayor Sanders, he's here tonight, and he is signed up to speak also, so he will get a
Good.
chance to
Good.
speak.
You know, y'all just made me think of something, and again, all due respect to my friend Wade here, further proof that this is not a private drainage easement, which is one of my points that I've got in the town attorney's arguments, is that while we had all this going on, in the middle of all this, the fire department dumped some chemicals into the drainage easements that came into our ponds. And when we asked about, and it killed some fish, and when we asked about that, they came out and corrected the problem immediately, which I certainly appreciate. But when we asked about it, he said, well, this is a public drainage easement. Oh, amazing. So, you know, it's kind of interesting to me. Again, I'm going to give some quick responses to the town attorney's points. Some of these things we've been talking about and talking around. I would remind you, you know, again, I ran 3 different organizations over 40 years. I had lots of attorneys, dealt with lots of attorneys. Just in this one lawsuit, there were lots of attorneys involved. Lots of insurance company attorneys, lots of personal attorneys, so on and so forth. And I would say to you, attorneys' opinions are just that. For every attorney that gives you an opinion, you can find another one, I will guarantee you, that will give you the exact opposite opinion. And we didn't take the town to court, again, because we believed what we were being told. And so we chose not to take the town to court. So and we purposefully, my understanding, I wasn't on the board then, but my understanding was that we purposefully believed what the town was telling us. And I think the town was probably acting in good faith. I don't know, I wasn't there, but that's what we were being told.
I think you addressed that on this page.
I do.
We'll get to that.
I do. Okay. All right, so to be clear, when we use the term public waterways, and I appreciate the town attorney defining the legal definition, we weren't really talking about in a legal format. We were talking about our ponds, which are part of a very unique, as Mike pointed out, drainage easement that has 2 creeks that flow into it, both starting from outside the town, flowing through the town and then through several neighborhoods, into our ponds, through the part of it that owns the club, that the club owns, back into our ponds, and then back out into another creek that ultimately leads to Lake Grapevine. And as I mentioned earlier, the drainage easement was platted at least 10 years before Hogan's Glen even existed. And to our knowledge, when it was platted, nobody even knew there was going to be a Hogan's Glen. So the contention that it's a private drainage feature, as outlined in your attorney's opinion, is ludicrous at best. The town was not named in our lawsuit, because we believe the town, and why wouldn't we? We're all citizens. And we were told the problem would be solved and remediated. Just to be clear, we did not complain. Nowhere in our complaint did we complain about the COs being withheld. And this is not just semantics, it's a very big difference. Our complaint was that the town was adamant that they would solve this problem for us, and that the town manager at the time, Wade didn't mention who the staff was, but it was the town manager, said that one way to ensure us and make us feel good about it was that he would make sure that if we had to, that the COs would be withheld.
Which town manager?
I don't know his name because I wasn't here then. Wade would probably know. He may not want to say his name. But here's my point on that most importantly. Oh, Norwood, okay.
Thank you.
Here's my point on that most importantly.
We're going to, yep.
Yeah, that's right. Good idea. Most importantly, here's my point on that. And I've had some great give and take with David. Sorry to call you the first name. He's a smart guy. I appreciate how smart he is. A lot smarter than me,
first name
I'm sure. But if you can't withhold COs, why in the heck is it in your, I had to bite my tongue there for a second, why in the heck is it in your town codes? That would be, yeah, go ahead and respond to that. I mean, because it's in there.
It says they may be withheld until the practices are remedied. The practices are the silt fences and the drainage problems on that.
That is not what it
That's not
says.
remedied. That's exactly what the.
I'll read it to you. It says, occupancy permits will not be granted until a correction to all stormwater practices has been made and accepted by the town.
All stormwater practices.
Right,
Stormwater practices is not the remediation.
Right. But since the town was telling us they were going to make sure that the remediation occurred, the practices didn't happen. I mean, you know, now we are getting into semantics.
Okay, Carl has a question.
Yes.
Do you have the minutes from board meetings with Steve Norwood's promises? Did you record those in your board meetings? Is that
It was
documented?
not a meeting, it was a town hall type meeting. We have I have a document, I'm sure others do too, that was passed out at that meeting. Be happy to. I only have one. Be happy to give it to you. Mine's got some writing on it if you don't mind that.
He can hear us, but we can't hear him, so he will text me the
Somebody,
question.
somebody
So
won't.
the document you have is
Carl
given
wanted
to
to
you
see
by
that.
staff, by Norwood?
It was issued. I was not at, again, I was
No, I
not
know,
at
that-
the meeting.
That document comes from Norwood is what I'm trying to say.
He said a town, which
I actually
meeting?
think, and I'll let him speak for himself later, but I actually think Nick provided us that specific document at that meeting where Norwood talked. And you've got my notes, so I got to get that back from you. I'll give it to you in a minute. Okay. All right. Mike, do you mind sending it to them since you're the keeper of the records? We'll send it to you. Now I've lost my notes.
Mayor. I'm sorry. Let me go ahead. I was
The
checking with
document,
Carl.
Pat,
Yes. Yes.
the document you're talking about, is it the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plan General Outline of Procedure? Is that what the heading is?
Yes, and it's got the actual codes attached to it.
We all have that.
I thought so. Thank you. Okay.
Carl,
Now
do you have
somebody
that?
give me back.
If we just got that, I don't think, we'll email that to you, Carl. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman.
You're going to have to, I'm sorry.
The meeting was called by the town, is what he just said.
It was a town meeting. Okay. It was a town council meeting or a town hall?
No, it was a meeting in the town offices called by the town, and it included representatives from North American Properties, North Texas Contracting, HOA, Mr. Uzi, who was at that point in time your community development
Right.
person, Mr. Norwood. I believe Mr. Wade was supposed to be there but was occupied by some other issue. But
Okay.
that meeting was held within town offices.
Okay. I think, Carl, does that answer your question?
So I don't know who would have been responsible for taking minutes, but it was actually a called meeting to orchestrate an attempt to get to a solution, which is at that point, Mr. Norwood said to North American Properties, we will withhold certificates of occupancy until this issue is resolved.
Okay.
So we left that meeting with that understanding.
And Mayor, I think what it really was at the beginning was a much larger group of people trying to do what you tried to do very early on in your administration, which is get the parties together.
Right, with Scott Beck.
Right,
yes.
right. Okay. It's been mentioned a couple of times tonight by staff and by the town attorney, and it was certainly mentioned in the town attorney's opinion that you would be walking on thin ice if you set a precedent. I would say again, this situation is different because, as we've already outlined on at least 2 different occasions, the uniqueness of the drainage easement and the commitments that were made by the town that weren't followed up on. Frankly, to me, as a citizen, as a tax-paying citizen, as all of us in Hogan's Glen are, at this point, legal opinions are really not relevant, with all due respect. The town made multiple commitments over a 2-year period to handle this issue and to do as the town should do, which is protect its citizens. If the town had presented us with these legal opinions at the time, then we could have gone out and got different legal opinions, and we could have gone back and forth and dealt with it. However, they didn't do that. Instead, the town made commitments that if you follow this opinion, you would now back out on. To me, that's like trying to put the genie back in the bottle, and I just don't think that's the appropriate thing to do. You can't really go back now. As Wade says, maybe they were illegal commitments. I don't know. That's not my bailiwick. That's irrelevant to us. They were made to your citizens, and you should follow through on them. So I'd just like to close by saying, we need and we expect you to do the right thing. Support your citizens, honor the commitments that were made. If the town has a responsibility to manage stormwater and to protect its citizens from stormwater damage, regardless of the situation, this is certainly a category that applies. We sincerely hope you will do the right thing, and we thank you for listening. I thank you personally for all the back and forth and good questions that some of you had, and I sincerely appreciate all of my fellow homeowners within our community, 35 or 40 that I counted, that took time. I don't know how many are still here behind me. That took time to come tonight.
Still here.
And appreciate y'all's time. It's a difficult situation, and you all are placed in a difficult situation. But just remember this. We've been dealing with this for 5 years. And in my 2 years, 1.5 years as HOA board president, I'm not exaggerating when I tell you it's been about 20 hours a week, every week. So with that, that's kind of our formal presentation. I know we have at least 2 now, people that signed up to speak, Gina and Nick. I don't know what order they want to go in, but thank you all for your attention. I'll try to answer any questions anybody has. Yeah.
I have a question for you. At the time that the siltation, I'll use a term, maybe I'm creating it.
Did you make that up, Jeff?
I think I did.
Sounds good. I like it.
I've used that term too, so I guess it's...
Okay, at the time of the Great Siltation,
Another made-up term.
the HOA was obligated to do maintenance on the ponds, but ownership of the pond was not the HOA's, correct?
That is correct, because it had not been legally transferred through the conveyance of the subdivision through 3 different owners. It should have been, and in fact, we were told it was and found out that it wasn't. That did occur during the settlement. Was a minor part of the settlement. We just didn't want to have to go back to court and deal with that, because we would have to get a quick claim deed, and we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to pay more legal fees, so we dealt with it all at once. There was no obstacle to getting that done during the settlement. But again, as you just mentioned, it's kind of irrelevant, because we still were obligated to take care of it. And again, as we've said a couple of times, we did. We had as a regular part, every 7 years of our reserve plan, we too, like the town, we have a reserve study that has been done, and we have a plan of things that we're going to do every so often. Our annual budget, we spend about $600,000 a year maintaining the community. We have lots of streets and sidewalks that the town doesn't have to pay for that we do. In fact, we just spent $43,000 2 weeks ago to fix some streets. Got a 20-year-old neighborhood. Some of those things are going to start coming up. So this money is a real deal to us. It's a very serious thing. But again, the second part of our ask is important too. We think that it's all important.
Carl has a couple things he'd like to note. He lives in the lakes, so the heavy traffic on Trophy Club Drive caused their brick wall to require, $200,000 that their HOA paid without asking. So I think when people are talking about setting precedent, no, it may not be the same exact issue, but, it's an issue that could say, well, town traffic, public road, whatever caused this issue within our HOA, help us pay for it. He's just mentioning that,
Right.
it is a concern. And I understand precedent, if something comes up, it could be a case-by-case basis. Just because something was done for, one certain issue doesn't necessarily mean it has to be done for another issue. It is a case-by-case. But he didn't want that mentioned.
And just to that, Carl, I don't know why they muted you, but anyway.
He didn't. I don't know what happened.
Just to that one specific point, we have walls too, and we maintain those walls. In fact, we even maintain walls that we actually own that help the country club. They support the tee box on number 2. That's our walls. We maintain it. So we have that issue too. That's a whole different issue because this was caused by outside forces being negligent. And again, none of that really matters. What matters is we were told that it would be handled, and it wasn't.
And that's his next question. He's interested in the documentation of promises made by staff. Does that obligate us to do something? I guess it's a question for David.
I'd have to see what the obligations were, but if it's a contract to fix something, it would have to come to council for approval. And anything above $25,000, I believe at the time, expenditure would have to be approved by council.
Well, back then, you probably could have fixed it for $25,000. Yeah. Well, to your part, to be honest, I think we could have got it fixed back then for about $100,000, but instead it drug out for 5 years and $260,000 in legal fees because the town didn't do their job. That's the bottom line, in my opinion.
And could I answer maybe in response to Carl Monger, and I don't know the exact specifics, but didn't you all help another neighbor that has neighborhood or streets or homes that were damaged by stormwater system that you put money towards them to repair their damages?
Are you talking about the Indian Creek flood project?
Yes.
Do you want to explain how that's different, Wade? The Indian Creek drainage? Or David?
If it's the more recent one, it's because there was actually water rushing through and eroding the lots away. So the person's lot was becoming
Their
smaller.
homes are flooding.
And homes were flooding.
And down the street, the Hobbricks, Mary Hobbrick's house was flooded, and their property was eroded by the same thing as ours. I don't call it erosion because what happened, all the silt came in first, so then when the water came over that, it eroded ours too. So all of this that back up onto that pond actually had erosion, if you want to call it that. I just look at it as a buildup, and it eroded it in a totally different way.
Yeah, again, what is erosion? Is erosion the act of the water doing away with sod, or is erosion the act of receiving that 7,800 cubic yards of that sod? So that's the question.
Okay, David, would you like to speak to that?
Erosion under the law and drainage law is not the silt being deposited. It's taking away or causing damage where people cannot use their property.
Mr. Sheridan.
And if I might,
sorry.
Councilman Beach had the question about the ownership. The fact that the same person owned PD 30 and these ponds and this drainage easement at the time of all these storms means it's not one party causing damage to another party. It's one owner. It's one owner of all of them. I believe that was.
That's actually not true because, again, we were required to maintain the ponds. Therefore, we were required to spend money. And I would say spending money that we shouldn't have had to spend, it certainly qualifies as damages.
Under drainage law, the maintenance does not entitle them to file suit for damages under the drainage law. It was an obligation.
If something's platted as open space, how do you treat that?
Platted as open space.
That's right.
It usually says it's, and it specifically states that the HOA has the responsibility for maintaining open space. Open spaces are typically green spaces, things like this, water features, in developments that are common areas.
Okay, but who do you say owns that once you plat that as open space?
Well, the intention, it appears to be on this, is that the HOA was going to own it, and then the paperwork was never processed and filed until the lawsuit was filed. The town was not a party.
We're talking
nowhere through the lawsuit or through any of this was the town a party in any of those.
All I'm telling you is it's semantics.
I know it's frustrating.
It's open space.
I know.
It's common area. It's a drainage.
It's common area and a gated private community is much different than common area in a town.
Well, and again, it was a drainage easement before there was a gated private community, so that's not even arguable.
Councilman Beach.
Oh,
No? Councilman Sheridan, did you have?
Yeah. I'm trying to take notes and they're not doing a good job. The town made us several commitments
Over a 2-year period.
over a period of time from different people. Was any of that financial, or was that all, we're going to stop and make Beck do what he's supposed to do?
You know, from our perspective, in fact, at one point, we had an agreement, we actually had an agreement that got stopped because one of the parties to the agreement, not us, one of the, what ended up being a defendant in the lawsuit, wanted permanent immunity from anything, and nobody in their right mind would have done that. I bet you Dave and I can agree on that. So the deal didn't get done, and a significant portion of that deal was to self-perform the work. We didn't care how it get done. We, to this day, don't care. If the town has got somebody they want to send out there and take it out, we're all for that.
Okay. So in all this stuff, as far as the town goes, in the meeting with Norwood or with Nick or whoever, there was no commitment for financial, but it was all to make sure that it got done.
Yeah, and
All right,
again,
the next thing-
we didn't think we needed a lawyer or a legal opinion during this because, again, we're citizens, we're taxpaying citizens, and we're being told this is going to be handled. If you'd have been in our shoes, would you have gone out and said, we better hire a lawyer to see if those people in the town's telling us the truth? I don't think so.
All right. The other one is, did the settlement cover all the costs to date?
No, not even close. Did you not?
No, I understand. I've read all that. Okay, I'm just.
There you go.
pointing out. Okay.
So we have spent to date, it's in that letter that I sent you, $264,000 and some change for legal fees and $139,000 for going ahead and remediating Pond 1 because we couldn't wait any longer because it was backing up. We had to do it. It's actually a catch basin for the drainage creeks that come through all the rest of the town. We don't have a choice. We're going to have to do something, and we are happy to let anybody in the town that wants to work with us go get some quotes and get it for cheaper than what we could get it for. We got 3 quotes. The cheapest one was $525,000. And by the way, met with the country club today to inform them of this, to see what they want to do about it. But that quote is to drain the ponds, which will kill the fish, drain the ponds, and remove the dirt with backhoes, as opposed to sucking it out, which the cheapest quote we got there was $770,000. In our proposal, we include the lower of the two. We may be forced legally by the club to not be able to do that and may have to take the higher of the two. And we're not people that are just looking for a handout. You can come check our financial records. 23% of every dime that we give as homeowners goes into a reserve fund. We got $800,000 in our reserve fund. We've got the money to pay for this. If that's your question, we've got the money.
No, it wasn't a question, but that's...
But if we do that, then how are we going to take care of our streets and our sidewalks and our street? And then how are we going to do future dredging on that? Because it'd take us, we've been a homeowner-owned HOA for 6 years. It'll take us 10 years to get that money back. By then, we'll be dredging the pond as part of regular maintenance anyway. So.
Carl has a question. Were the legal fees incurred because the town didn't follow through on commitments?
Absolutely. We wouldn't have had to file a lawsuit if the town had done what they told us they were going to do.
Well, I know that was one of your points.
Because it would have been handled.
Yeah, I think that, I forget which point that is. Point number 2, that you've been under the impression that the reason why the town was not named in a lawsuit was because you were made promises from what you've said, allegedly, we've heard from various town employees and representatives.
Right.
More than one, right? So I think, does that answer your question, Carl?
I think Carl's
Thank
asleep
you.
now.
No, he nodded. Okay. All righty. Dennis, were you finished?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Before you leave, Pat,
I think you got a couple other residents.
I want to thank you because we've been trying to work on this for a long time, and you have always been very respectful and very kind and very informative. And I know it's frustrating, but you have always maintained your composure and have always been very respectful to myself, council, and staff, and we do appreciate it. And this whole thing is just unfortunate.
Well, it is.
And it's frustrating, and I know it. And I just wanted to thank you for...
Well, thank you for that. That's why I use the term debacle, because it is.
It is.
And it involves a lot of different things. You know, as I mentioned, the shared ownership of the ponds, for example, is crazy. But it's, again, that comes back to somebody in the town allowed that to occur when it was all platted, that's kind of crazy in my mind. But anyway, I feel the same way as I mentioned right at the very beginning. I have nothing but respect for all of you. I don't know some of you all. I know a couple of you, but I don't know all of you all. And I know several of the town staff, and I've gotten to know them. I never did not want to be involved any way, shape, form, or fashion in town politics or political. I just wanted to be retired and play golf.
Yeah.
And I'm not getting to do that.
I mean,
so.
this for once, has nothing to do with politics.
Yeah.
There's no politics involved in this.
I hope not.
We're here trying to work well, there's not.
I
There's
sincerely
nothing to
hope
gain or lose by anything to do with the situation.
Right. I hope not.
So it's just about getting all the information, having the dialogue and the back and forth communication to put everything out on the table and discuss everything. Because I understand it's not just black and white. There are some gray areas, and we have to consider all that. I know we have legal opinions. You have legal opinions, and I know sometimes there's going to be things in the middle because there's also what's legal and what's right and wrong, and we have to look at all of that if we want to be good stewards. But we also have to consider our stewardship of the entire town as well. So,
exactly, and we understand that too. I
Thank
think there
you
were
very
a couple
much.
of citizens
Okay,
that
I
wanted
think, Ms. French, did you want to speak? Name and address, please.
Gina French, 30 Cypress Court. I want to thank you, Mayor Fleury.
You're welcome.
Dalia, for putting this on the agenda. And when you first ran for mayor and asked me for my vote, and I said, I don't know if I'm going to be here long enough. I'm getting out of this town because I moved here from the beautiful city of Southlake, just 2 miles away, and they had a motto. It's called Expect Excellence. And try as I might, I try to scrub the Southlake off me, and I can't do it. And the thing is, I expect excellence. And when I moved to Hogan's Glen, and you had told me, oh, Hogan's Glen, that is the jewel of the town. And I said, well, let me tell you what's going on there. And so here's the whole thing. So I go to the town's website, and I think what you've witnessed tonight is people in Hogan's Glen are very polite people, because we came here 3 years ago. And it was really kind of a funny meeting to come to, because I'm going to take you down memory lane. So Mayor, Councilman Gerarsi was sitting over there, and there was a discussion about lack of inspection because the town had no idea that EFIS was put on the Aloft Hotel until a concerned citizen saw this white stuff floating through the air. This is a true story. And Beck had come to planning and zoning twice, was declined twice for EFIS, then 2 council meetings, and he was declined twice at 2 council meetings for EFIS. But guess what? He put it on anyway. And the only reason y'all found out about it was not through your careful inspections. It was because a concerned citizen called the police because they said, what is all this white stuff floating along through the air? And I thought, oh, okay, well, that was an interesting meeting. And that was the first time Hogan's Glen came before you all, and as we are here tonight, to say, look, we've got a problem. And I have, because I live right on the pond, and it's been horrifying, as you know, it's been horrifying having a front row seat to all these major events. And the water comes in. It's so uncontrolled. It was so unbelievable. And you'll see pictures here that show the drain. The drain failed. And I remember the meeting where Manager Norwood sat there saying, well, gosh, I think the people that made it, we thought they were good people. I don't know what happened. And so my thing is, too, is like, you know how everybody has a cell phone these days? And there's a major event going on, and everybody gets the cell phone out. And it's like, yeah, that guy is getting beat up. And everybody's photographing it. But other people are standing around, and no one does anything about it. Like, gosh darn, that's so bad that happened to him. But, at some point, it was explained to me that the town has what's called an auspice relationship, that you're supposed to protect us. You guys were the cops. We called you. And that's the whole thing, is we had the mayor of the town on our HOA board. And when you go to the town's website, it says that there shouldn't even be the appearance of a conflict of interest. And that's what everybody has been so politely saying tonight, is that we were promised by the mayor of the town who sat on the board of Hogan's Glen. We thought we were cool. We were going to be taken care of. Everything was fine. And that's the reason why. You didn't hear from us for years. And here we are tonight, finally, making it an agenda item. And you know, the thing is about Hogan's Glen, we're very connected people. We've got friends everywhere. But you haven't seen this on the news. You haven't read about this in the papers. This hasn't been smeared from one end to the other. And Councilman Flynn, you used to live in Hogan's Glen. But when you moved back to Trophy Club, you didn't come back to Hogan's Glen. Were you familiar with the fact that Beck held on, no matter what, to those 11 parcels of land? And no matter what they did, he wouldn't give them over. And here's the thing. This is a weird thing. I was in another town having dinner, leaving. A woman strikes up a conversation with me. She says, "Where do you live?" I said, "I live in Trophy Club." She goes, "Oh, I used to live there." I said, "Where'd you live?" She said, "Hogan's Glen." I said, "Why did you move?" She says, "Well, that's a long story." I said, "Well, just tell me." And she tells me how. She said, "I have a file this thick, and it had all the communication." And she said, no matter what, and she was involved in the beginning at Hogan's Glen, she said, no matter what Hogan's Glen did, Mr. Beck refused to handle over those 11 parcels of land. And she said, "I thought, you know what? He's going to develop that property across the street, and he's going to hurt us. He's going to hurt us really bad." And then the town approved the governing documents for Hogan's Glen. And when you look at those governing documents, there's no way, the way he wrote those up, we can never properly fund ourselves to take care of anything that comes our way. It's impossible. You have to get 70% of the homeowners of Hogan's Glen to agree to a special assessment or to raise dues, and that's not happening. That can't happen. And the town approved those documents. My previous neighborhood in South Lake, the board can raise it 10% each year if they so need. They'd be able to keep up with the rate of inflation and all that. But the town did that. They approved these documents. And then he never made sure that he conveyed those documents. And even at one point, the management company that he put in charge, they said, he goes, "Oh, well, I thought I did that." And it's in the file. And then he says, "Well, no, you didn't do that. So let's have new ones made up." So then we had new ones made up, and he still wouldn't fork it over. He held on to it. He held on to those documents desperately. And that was part of the problem. We didn't own that pond, but the pond is our responsibility. And then he knew, that we wouldn't be able to fund to really go after him with everything. So we're not asking you for a lot of money. The money that's up there is not a big deal. And we all pay $6 a month for storm water protection money, right? And we've been doing this for 20 years. So this is not, and this is such an extraordinary circumstance that I don't think, based on what you've learned tonight, the town is ever going to make this kind of mistake again. But I have all the videos, I have all the pictures, and I did go to my board members, and I also went to Mayor Nick, and he tried to help us. And he'll tell you tonight, he made promises to us, maybe promises that he couldn't make to us, but we believed him. So maybe you legally don't have to do anything, but morally you should. So thank you.
Thank you, Gina. Any questions for Ms. French? Comments? Okay. We have one more speaker signed up. Mr. Sanders, would you like to speak?
Hi, Mayor. Nick Sanders, 7 Hayes Court. So I came tonight with trying to address just one issue that I thought might need to be looked at with different eyes. While I've been sitting there, I've made a number of notes of things that I could comment upon. It seems as though I lived through this as mayor and living there in Hogan's Glen for many years. There was a previous question about why we didn't sue the town. On numerous occasions, the attorney that we had hired told us that most likely they would not be held responsible. Now, I wasn't in those meetings. I didn't go to those attorney meetings, but that's what I have been told. And so...
And that was the HOA attorney at the time?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And, they were looking at that, and that was obviously one of the options discussed. It was brought up that there was a resident in town in Hogan's Glen who had a drainage problem, and every time it rained hard, water would go through their home. So I was mayor when one of those events happened. I went over to see him and looked at it, and turns out if you just watched it, it didn't take much of intelligence to tell that it was designed wrong. There was no stormwater inlet. The roads joined and went right to his driveway, and therefore the water went in there. So this town actually spent, I think, $157,000 to correct that problem. Water was coming off Colonial into streets in Hogan's Glen, and maybe it wasn't that way when it was designed, but nevertheless, that problem was tried to be corrected, and it was the right thing to do. Actually, a comment I think David made that I would take issue with was that as I've read TCEQ regulations, those regulations about stormwater are not necessarily from one property owner to another property owner, but between platted properties. So water is not supposed to drain from one platted property to another platted property, even though it might be the same owner. And so seems like that because Mr. Beck would continually say, I can't damage myself, and that was said to us, turns out that TCEQ then pointed that out to me, that, well, that's not really totally factual, but it is an interpretation.
Nick, David, you want to address it after? Okay, thank you. I don't know what to call you, Mayor Nick Sanders. Okay, go ahead.
I don't mind if you need to stop me, that's fine.
Okay. I just didn't know if David wanted to address that point.
I can address, the issue is, at the time, the town was put in a position, and we're still in this position a little bit. If the HOA is asking for the money, but Beck is the owner, then he could turn around and ask for money too. Now, I know that's been
resolved,
transferred and resolved, but as you've heard here tonight too, one of these ponds is co-owned by the country club. So how do we fix one and maybe, okay, yeah, we'll honor your request, and then we have another partial owner of that also, of one of the ponds.
Okay.
So that clarifies a little bit on the damage comment from one property to another.
Ms. Sheridan?
Nick, you mentioned water going across platted lines versus property lines. Tom, is there an engineering standard? I don't mean to get you involved with the legal aspect, but is there an engineering standard on crossing a property line? And if you need to beg off on that, I would understand.
Well, you're going to have to help me a little bit. What do you mean an engineer?
Well, all right, I develop a piece of property. I have basic, forget who's platted, that's my property, okay? I have a responsibility, I have sheet flow water going across. Natural go. I change it, I change the velocity, I change the quantity and narrow it down. What's the responsibility per engineering standards?
And
I'm interested in what Nick was just saying about crossing lines.
And I don't know what Nick's saying. Good to see you. The thing, this does get into some legalese. Downstream property owners, they cannot dam up water that's been naturally coming to them. So whether it's platted or not platted, there's still the fact that if water's naturally flowing in the direction, you can't divert it to your neighbor. And if you have no public right-of-way to get your drainage to, it's got to be conveyed. Now, you can't increase that to cause damage to your property owner via also erosion. But like here in the town or in any city, when you have a development, we recently had this conversation there, is that FHA guidelines do allow you to drain, and it's the town standards, it's in the town's ordinance, that do allow you to drain from one lot to another, only one. So Lot A can drain over to Lot B via swale. When the subdivision's developed and it's conveyed in a swale, it gets to the public right-of-way. But you can't have Lot A drainage go to Lot B, to Lot C, to Lot D, and all the way down, and that guy at the bottom of the hill is getting all that drainage. It's got to get to the public right-of-way. That's how the subdivisions are done. That's how the Highlands was developed, which is probably the most recent development the town had. As those plans were reviewed and the lot block grading plans that were done. Indian Creek area, which was done back in the 70s, as everybody knows, that anybody that lives out that way, the drainage is a little bit more of a hodgepodge of how drainage does drain from different property owners. But as we've reviewed the drainage plans for other cities and have designed those in accordance with other cities' ordinances, that you can drain from one lot to another on your lot, platted lot.
Right, but you can't increase the flow and you can't increase the velocity.
If that subdivision is designed in conjunction with your subdivision, and technically yes they are, and that is via a swale that's commonly shared between a property line, so that every homeowner that buys that knows that my neighbor's drainage is coming and it's going to run down this. But if you are living if you've got a platted piece of property or own a piece of property and you've been living there, and now the folks upstream of you start developing and just let this water come to you, they cannot do that without mitigating.
That's what I was getting to.
That
Okay.
increased
All
flow.
right, so you can cross lines, but it's just a matter of control.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Councilman Beach? Did you want to, is that still from before?
Part of my question was answered, so.
Oh, okay.
I'll let you
It was
answer
still
this
there.
question first.
You beat me to it every time.
Okay. Thank you for allowing the interruption, Nick.
Okay, so in reference to that particular issue of draining between platted properties, it's not, a little different than what Tom was saying, it's not lot to lot. This is platted properties. And so one of the issues that we had in trying to get that cleaned up appropriately is them feeling the responsibility that they were responsible. They came back several times to us and said, well, Mr. Beck owns all the land. Well, that was partly true, but he sold off parts of PD 30, which complicated it even further. So then you had 4 different owners at least owning the land of PD 30 during the development cycle. And so that even complicated it more, with more finger pointing of who's responsible for what. It was mentioned, the name North American Properties. There were other entities early in the damaging process, and I'll use that word because that's my word, where the silt was coming in so much from the detention area that we had a meeting with the parties out at where the creek comes under Indian Creek and goes into the catch basin of Trophy Club, Pond 1, where North American Properties accepted responsibility for the silt coming there, and they did in fact bring out a vac truck and did suck a portion of what they could get out of the pond with the vac truck sitting on Indian Creek. There was a limit of what they could get, partly because of the dynamics of sucking the mud so many feet up into the air to get to that area. And it was agreed upon only verbally. There are some emails, I think, Mike, you maybe remember that, were emails between us that they would come back and clean it up when the siltation process stopped. So when they got everything fixed and we weren't getting so much siltation when it rained, then that would be the time to come really clean it up, not having to maybe clean it up each time. Although TCEQ advised them that they were totally responsible for cleaning it, it was up to them when they decided to clean it. You know, one of the things that you're seeing tonight, and I've lived this with my 10 years of being mayor, is that the town grows and learns, and we don't always have the staff and don't always have experiences. When PD 30 was approved, we had never done a project of this size. Our staff had no experience in a lot of these things, and we really depended on a lot of outsourced services to try to help us get us through that. So what you've seen is there are a lot of mistakes made. Maybe inspections were or were not done. I can tell you there were at least 3 residents, me included, in Hogan's Glen, that after every rain event, or sometimes during a rain event, right, Mike, we would go out and take pictures and see what was happening. If we weren't pushing for the restrictor plate to be put on, I doubt that it would have ever been done, even though that was a major factor controlling rate of flow. In David's response that he made for council, and I read that today, that's the first time I had seen some of this, refers to Article 1, Section 17 of the Texas Constitution, along with Section 11.086 of the Texas Water Code. It's all there in writing, so you got it. It says, quote, damage occurs when a party sends drainage onto the property of another that causes erosion or pooling outside of the drainage systems. Well, first of all, it says outside of the drainage systems. So does that mean damage doesn't happen if it's inside the drainage system? I don't know. I don't know about case law that. But I can tell you that the aspect of drainage going from one property to another is one of those important facts that says it happened and damage occurs. It says causing erosion. Look at the definition of erosion. It is the movement of earth. Didn't say it stopped moving, didn't say it accumulated a certain way, it just got moved by that water. You had at least, I think, 3 residents, some of them are still here, I think, that in fact live on Pond 2, and their property has physically been damaged by losing earth from their property, and in some cases HOA property that was adjacent to their property. And you heard a story about a retaining wall that's about to fall or was about to fall because the earth under it was washed out. Now, part of what was causing that was the speed at which the water would flow through that area. And so erosion moved earth. It moved it from PD 30 into the creek, moved it under Indian Creek, moved it to the catch basin, moved it to Pond 2, moved some of it to Pond 3. All of that, in my interpretation, is erosion. And I guess we could go to a trial and say, what's the definition of erosion? And we'd have to debate that, wouldn't we? If you're here to do the right thing, erosion happened. Now, I could take the other side of that and says, where it's talking about the water damage, it says that causes erosion or pooling outside of the drainage system. Well, I think all of this mostly was inside the drainage system. Those ponds and creek were part of the drainage system. How it got created, who created it, I have no idea, but you've seen that we've researched and have evidence that that existed long before Hogan's Glen was there. I don't know if all of you are aware of this, but I believe there are 5 stormwater inlets on Indian Creek and Trophy Club Drive, and one at the corner of Michelle Court and Trophy Club Drive, that all flow their water directly to our catch basin between Trophy Club property that is part of Indian Creek's road access and easement and our HOA. I think it's a 36-inch pipe in one case. Just come during the rain event and see all of that. Not only is there dirty water, and not only was there fire suppression chemicals who came into those ponds and killed the fish, but there are lots of cups and plastic bags and junk that comes off the streets. So are we supposed to clean that up? I think if I keep having my garbage flow from one lot to another in this town, that I'm probably responsible to clean it up.
Let's address that point. What about the point of all this water from the public roads going into these ponds?
The drainage law allows you to do what you need to do on your property to get the water across without causing the pooling or the erosion. And that's transfer. I don't know about but the drainage system is going, that's our process of getting it across the streets, under the streets, however we do it on our property.
And it goes where it goes. Okay.
Okay. You've heard mentioned increased speed that has affected people and the rate of that flow. It has, in fact, eaten away at those properties. And I guess you could say maybe pooling happened. If the water that came in took over an area that it didn't take over before because it washed dirt away and now created a hole, isn't that pooling? Just so happens our pooling extends several hundred yards, in my definition at least.
Do you want to answer that, David?
Pooling is typical to the example Mayor Sanders gave earlier about the house, where erosion, where it was going into the house and taking, or on the Indian Creek project where it was actually taking property away. Or if you send excess water to where it's just causing pooling on someone's land and they don't get to use it, don't have access to it.
So my argument would be you took the land away, so therefore it's pooled. Maybe it goes away, maybe it doesn't. I didn't have time to research case law to see if anybody came up with a better definition of pooling. That's what's in the water code, the word pooling. So I'm not going to argue those points.
Okay.
You've heard mentioned several times tonight, and I have done it, about the restrictor plate and about the fact that there was no grass in the bottom of that detention pond. Therefore, it would have helped catch the silt that was going in there. I believe the road right adjacent to that pond that was constructed, or that facility, and where the townhomes are and the apartments join, that road, I think, was Clare Boulevard, maybe, or something like that. They graded that entire street one week, put in all their necessarily supporting earth material to give it a base, and put down the steel, and a rain event happened. You have pictures that all disappeared in 5 hours. It ran out into the street, it turned right, went down the gutter along the side of the street, went right into the storm sewer, went right down in the creek that's on your property because you own that part of the street, went right under the creek into our catch basin. There was a measurement of how much dirt they put there. That came directly to us. I guess I would say, where's the damage from increased flow? How has that been addressed? Well, I do know as we tracked those rain events that some of them were greater than 120-year rain events. It's a lot of water. The first time we noticed damage coming from PD 30 was a week of them tearing down all the trees and having big mulch equipment over there, grinding hour after hour after hour to chop up all that wood. And a rain event happened. And Gina, you remember seeing all that stuff float down our creek? It came right down. There was nothing that stopped it. Why? It just flowed across Beck's property. There were no roads. There was no place to put in any kind of water retention things that stop it going from a storm sewer. It just went right across that property, right on the Indian Creek, right down into us. I might just offer, from having lived this so long and learned so many things about this, that you might very well have some discussion amongst yourselves out here to try to see what your next step is. I would just suggest that you take some time to think about it. See what other kind of questions you have. Have time to look at the packet that was handed out by Hogan's Glen HOA if you weren't familiar with it. And as opposed to maybe making a decision tonight, which you surely have the ability to do in one sense, that you maybe not kill this and you table it to a future date that causes it to come back by that date to council, and those people that are affected could be here. My first year as mayor, a long time ago, I had citizens complaining to me about how this town was charging too much for certain permits. Oh, that's interesting. So let me see what other people charge for those permits. I remember learning that there's some standards for those type of things, and that sure enough, we were charging 3 times the suggested rate for a particular permit. Had to do with pulling permits to build homes. And that we had designed that the more expensive the home, the higher the permit. And it was rationalized that, well, there's more work to do on a bigger home. Staff has to go out more often, so we ought to get more. But when you compared it to neighboring towns, Westlake, Southlake, Roanoke, including Hearst, Bedford, Euless, North Richland Hills, they all were much less than what Trophy Club charged. Odds are this builder had a case against Trophy Club. I had no authority as mayor to make anything happen. Mayor doesn't have much authority to really do anything. But doing the right thing is important. You've heard several times that maybe you could get different legal opinions, and you can. I think you know that. Not trying to say that one person's wrong or the other's right, but there's always some interpretation, there's some knowledge. So by bringing the issue forward to the town, we changed the fees and reimbursed where we had overcharged those builders. It was the right thing to do. Nobody really wanted to go to trial. Our biggest issue about this taking so long was, in fact, Mr. Beck. Did he keep that property and wouldn't sign the deeds and file it with Denton County because he felt like it would help him as he developed PD 30? I don't know. But it made it a whole lot harder to try to get to that point. And somebody that's on the board now that was involved in the last hearings and trials, how many entities were they that we filed against? 26? 20? 20 legal entities all had intermixed all sorts of things for us to try to deal with this. And nobody wanted 100% of the responsibility. And Beck, in his formation of the HOA, which the board members were his family, held, indemnified themselves against any damages.
Okay, before we get too far off track with that, I think that most of us are aware of the history of that and aware, and you're right, there's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas. I think there was a settlement offer. When was this first settlement offer made?
I couldn't think of the date. Years ago.
3, 4 years ago? What was that, 3, 4, 500,000 at the time? No? What was it?
Never that much.
First settlement offer was approximately $85,000. Second settlement offer, approximately $150,000. February.
Total between all the parties, including, was there a company, was it North Texas Construction that offered to fix it at the time as well? Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of woulda, coulda, shouldas, I think, all the way around. And I think which I hope is the consensus tonight, you know, like I said earlier and Ms. French echoed, there's legal, there's moral, there's right, there's wrong, there's black and white, and there's a gray area. And I think after what it's been a couple hours of having open discussion about this and hearing from all the parties involved, I don't want to make a snap decision this evening. We could go back in executive session and talk about it. We're not required to take action tonight. I think tonight is just on the agenda is discussing.
No, it's discuss and consider.
Discuss and consider. So we do have some options. I would be willing to move that we do table.
Nick, don't go anywhere. Come on back.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I couldn't push my...
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody wants to speak. And so I agree that is one option that we could do as well. And since you're here, Nick, I do want to, I'm not going to read the whole thing, but we did get an email from former Councilman Schaffner, because I know there was some discussion about you being the HOA president and also the mayor, and I think that something needs to be said to that by someone that served with you and that was here. It is worth noting that during the same period, Mayor Nick Sanders was a member of the Homeowners Association Board. Despite my persistent suggestions that he recuse himself from discussions about this particular topic, he claimed to have done so whenever necessary on the board. He had access to the same information I did and was present during all of the meetings where we discussed the SW3P. However, he never made any attempts to initiate any motions to change anything, form a task force, or seek monetary damages from the town. It is worth mentioning that he provided us with a letter from the HOA board, which the town may still have, expressing their intent to sue the town. However, they were advised against pursuing this course of action by their legal team due to the unlikelihood of success. As a former council member, I can state unequivocally that the town always strived to meet and exceed the standards set by the SW3P. I also believe it is essential to acknowledge that as a council, we had limited power in matters pertaining to the HOA board. While we did our best to ensure that we adhere to the SW3P, we could not control the actions or decisions made by the HOA board. Therefore, any actions or decisions made by the board should not be construed as the responsibility of the town. I've always felt this is a fight between the HOA and the developer, who is very familiar with the town and Hogan's Glen, as you know. So I just wanted you to know that someone who served with you did know you did your best to serve both entities, and if promises were made or help was trying to be given, only you guys know that, and per whatever meeting minutes we had. But like you said, we do learn from these things. And again, I think there's a lot of gray area here, in my own opinion. Yes, I know what our legal, David provides, and reading the statutes and the law and all of this documentation. I get it. And, there may not be a ton of legal opinion on your side, but on your side there is a ton of legal opinion. So we could go back and forth for another 3 hours to discuss who has the correct legal opinion. I get that. But I think we also need to address what is the right thing to do. Did we have any, not liability, did we have any control over some of these things, like the restrictor plate, like the inspections, like it may not be a defined public waterway, but water from all over the place seems to be going in there with trash. And I know you mentioned one time the fire suppression that killed the fish and things like that. So I think there's other things that we need to, to consider other than just the pure black and white legal opinion. And I think Carl had something else. Carl said he would support tabling to work up options as well. So,
Mayor,
go ahead, Steve.
When you're finished, okay?
Yep.
It's come up a number of times by several of the citizens here, Nick, and that to some extent two people, two names were involved in the notion that we're going to make this right. The town will make this right. Steve Norwood and yourself. I guess I'm curious, because none of us know, what is your recollection of what that meant at the time? Did it, from your perspective as the mayor, was something missed? I mean, that's the thing that bothers me the most, is that notion, those comments, that commitments were made and not held up, were not followed through on.
Well, I can remember at least 3 occasions where I said publicly that we could withhold COs to solve the problem, and also talked about the fact that there were 2 instruments that the town was in possession of that were development agreements, one of which was some type of insurance policy. Help me with what those were called. Performance bond, maybe, and something else? Yeah. So there were those instruments that led me to believe that we had an upper hand. And so when push came to shove, we should have been able to say, stop, you can't do it, or somehow file a claim against the bonds. What I later learned as we went down this path was that performance bond and other instruments were tied directly to the installation of stormwater drainage stuff and roads. That's what it was tied to. So once that was finished, you had a limited amount of time that you could deal with that, and yet things had already gone vertical. So buildings were being finished, and so now the issue of CO was actually to different owners, not the landowner necessarily. Or the land had changed hands from Beck and one of his 7 or so entities that owned that plat of land to someone else. And so now it was like, well, how do you withhold an occupancy CO on a building that's ready when it doesn't really have anything to do with drainage, other than the water that hits on the roof comes down and goes to the road or goes underground and comes to the creeks? So it does, doesn't it? So I would argue that point that, wait a minute, if you say they can go in the building, but you haven't solved your drainage issues, which are coming off the roof or wherever, maybe you haven't totally solved the issue. But again, that was the opinion that was given, and therefore COs were given in a certain capacity. It was just a huge mess of screw up after screw up, in my opinion. Maybe lack of staff. I can remember 7 occasions where I went through PD 30 before much was vertical and would find where the stormwater protection at water inlets had been moved, and they were wide open. And I'll bet you that I got 2 or 3 other citizens who did the same thing. So unless you had somebody sitting over there and 2 or 3 times a day drove through to check to see if they had done something to open it up, you wouldn't know unless somebody reported it to you. And along with that, we were building homes in town. And they had similar issues where the contractors moved some stormwater protection stuff, or trucks drove over it, and guess what? We don't know about it. And hours go by, and guess what? If you get a 2-inch rain, you got damage. So I don't know how you ever solve that problem unless you almost have on-site inspection happening all the time. And I think you brought up the fact that that responsibility is of the person who installed those protection matters. Well, they don't have people out there all the time, I don't think. So they don't know what happened either. So it's just a flawed system, in my opinion. Thank you very much for your time. I ask you to consider coming up with a solution of how you help us. My solution was, you got 200 homes paying their $6 a month to go into the stormwater cleaning, protection, dealing with. I will bet you that every large construction project for roads in this town has used part of those stormwater funds. Go back and look how you formed the ability to have a collection of a fee for stormwater that every citizen pays every month on their water bill. How can it be used? My terms as mayor, every construction project that dealt with roads, it seems like a part of that was being paid for coming from that fund for stormwater. Why? Because it was being reconstructed or modified or improved, and it was a legitimate expense for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dennis?
Okay. I have a couple questions. Maybe this is for Pat or whatever. The settlement, is it final? We still have another phase of PD 30 to be developed.
That's what worries us.
Well, I'm in a quandary. Okay, I got a lot of different things going in my head.
Two answers to your question, your second part first, and then the settlement. The reason for the second request is a lot of what Nick said about the many mistakes that were made, and again, what I called a debacle. So again, I want to remind everybody, we had two parts to this equation. And part two would probably cost you a little bit of money if you do as we suggest and put a professional engineer on there, although Tom probably dedicated his time for no charge, I'm sure. But right. But part one, the settlement is done. And to be clear, and all this was in the letter that we sent you, I hope you all will go back and read it, particularly if you do table it, take time to study all the stuff that we've given you. We asked, our original settlement request was $579,000 and some change. And we had a formula that we used, and we explained that in the letter that we sent you all of how we came up with that amount. Their original offer was $112,000. And it was mediation. And if any of you all have ever been involved in mediation, no side, the mediator is happy when both sides are upset, because neither side gets what they want. We didn't get what we wanted. They didn't get what they wanted. You know, we got 3 times what they offer, but we got half of what we asked for. So yes, the settlement's 100% done. We've collected all the money. It's in the bank. It's part of that 800 and something thousand that I told you we had.
And I read the at least the first couple pages settlement.
Yeah.
If something happens again with the continuing of the next phase, are you open to being able to do anything, or have you already?
Yes.
All right. So
that's part of the settlement. It was just for the activities that occurred up to the date of the settlement, which was October of something.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to
However, if you all take our suggestion and learn from this and help us create, which we're willing to be a part of, a group of people that would make suggestions, we can prevent this from happening again. And we should. And it's ludicrous to me that when you have such a great town that all of us are very proud to live in, that you don't take preventative action instead of corrective action. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Tom.
Sure.
Okay, Carl wants a breakdown on the ask, rather than just say the $203,000. What exactly is that for? Is Carl's question. Line by line for what he asked.
Well, in our letter we sent you, there is a spreadsheet that shows the expected amount of silt versus the silt that's present. So therefore it became...
Was that the spreadsheet in here? You may not have that. Carl's not here with us personally.
Well,
so I don't know.
it was on the letter that was sent to you a month ago. I just re-included it in my packet.
Okay, would you like to answer his question, or do we try to find it on this?
Well,
is it this spreadsheet?
I'm not sure.
We can't remember every spreadsheet that's sent to us. I apologize.
No, I'm just...
So that's why he's asking.
What is his question is the $230,000 is a net between the overall costs incurred less the settlement, less what the HOA would have expected their silt sediment buildup to be since the last time we dredged those particular areas, and that is the remaining portion is what we ask you for, to assist.
I think, is it this?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we've already, we got $300,000 in settlement.
Okay.
And as Pat pointed out, it cost us, $240,000 to achieve that goal.
Okay, I found it, Carl. It's remove silt from existing pond west of club area. Price includes equipment mobilization, pump pond, remove silt to a max 6-foot depth, haul off silt. That is $525,000.
That's the bid for
And
pond 2.
then on the spreadsheet that was sent to us,
Yeah, we've already done pond 1 ourselves.
yeah, that is the remainder that's left, is the $230,048 is the ask.
Yes, ma'am.
Did that answer your question, Carl?
I guess he has to type it, right?
Yeah. These Android users, it takes a minute to get to my iPhone. Okay. So that pays off the balance.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All we're asking, is the town to help contribute in what the excess that the HOA received, other than what we had anticipated by normal drainage that goes through that area, and the settlement amount that we got.
So yes, that's the balance, Carl. I thought the ask was for future maintenance. Is that another ask?
No, we have our second idea in our presentation to you is let's look at the future. And Pat was saying you create
It's at the task force to prevent.
a task force to talk about management of stormwater throughout the town, where it impacts Hogan's Glen, because we're receiving flow from outside the town limits as
Okay,
well.
the ask for the future, Carl, was the task force to prevent something like this from happening again, or from it getting worse, but
Yeah.
not for,
Yeah, the monetary is a one-time event because of PD 30.
I have a question.
Sure.
And it is referring to Pond 2, I believe. And that is the jointly owned pond, correct, with the country club?
Yes, sir. It has a property line, so there's a line. It's not commonly jointly owned. We own approximately 525 feet from Spyglass Court out, and then the country club takes it. So if you went back about what did you say? Do I hit the arrow? Yeah, sorry. Just hit arrow? Yeah. Okay. I don't know, we can't enlarge that. Okay. If you can see right here where Cypress Creek, as it flows from the east part of town, comes up behind Cypress Creek, outside Hogan's Glen. And then we have Cypress Court, which was the same development. They were all part of Lake Forest, but I guess through land acquisition, Cypress Court became part of Hogan's Glen in the development phase. So that creek enters, and just north of that is the property line that becomes the country club's part of the pond. In other words, toward the 8 lower tee boxes is country club property, and then it extends across there in front of hole 8 green is country club property. So where the cart path goes on hole 8 is the property line that transitions back to Hogan's Glen. So we call that Pond 3, with that cart path being the dam that separates the country club's part of Pond 2 and our Pond 3. So I don't know if that's clear enough or not, but you can also see it maybe if you look on I'm trying to remember if the Friesen Nichols stuff shows that delineation better, where you can see Cypress Creek entering, but basically you can almost come across there straight. It's not exactly straight, I don't think, but heading toward Hogan's Drive is the division. So, but it's not commonly owned. There is a separation. And that, if you go back to the original first picture I gave you of where the town in 1985 when it was created, you can see that lake, they called it on that drawing by hole 8, was the existing lake that was part of the country club. And through land, wherever the property line was, a piece of that old lake is actually now part of Hogan's Glen. I tried to highlight sort of where that property line is there by highlighting the yellow portion of the old lake.
Got it right there.
Yes, sir.
How much involvement has the country club had in this?
None. I'll say that. Let me step back. At one point, they stepped in when we had an initial settlement offer, which wound up being non-acceptable. But when it had been drafted, the monetary amount we were willing to take, the legal documents had not been followed up from the defendants yet, or the other party. They weren't even defendants at that point. But the country club did fire off a memo from corporate, Club Corp office, and said, what about us? And so we had the meeting with the club manager, and at that point the country club was under the misinformation that the PD30 developer was going to dredge our pond fully, our portion of Pond 2, and they said, well, why not us? And once it was explained that at that point in time, all that PD30 parties were going to do was offer a monetary amount for the amount of sedimentation that had transferred from their property to our property, and they withdrew their interest. We've had multiple meetings, with the country club early on, saying, you're a corporate entity, you probably have better bucks than we do, because the silt sedimentation obviously did not stop with our property. Their property became, their lake was brown as ours, because our third pond became brown. And we excluded in our offer, a request, your ask for you, we totally excluded the third pond because there is so much contributory going on from the country club to that particular area of pond. We left that out of, there's silt in there. There's like 1,700 cubic yards of silt in there, but we're not trying to involve the town in that point, because there is no clear source of the silt and sediment that's built up in that pond, and it has not been dredged historically. So anyway, but basically they dipped their toe at one point, but it immediately was withdrawn, and they've not been interested in talking to us. But anyway, we've told them that at the point we dredge Pond 2, there is so much silt that it's not economically feasible to use the hydraulic method where you can leave the water and suck it out, put it in the bags. It would take 4 years to do that. So we'll have to drain and get equipment in there to physically, load trucks and get it out of there. So to that point, we'll drain water, and what the impact to their 47,000 square feet is, we don't know. It'll drain to a point.
Was your question answered?
Very close.
Okay.
What? I have another.
I understand that, but if we're going to have many more questions, I think I need to call for a break. I think everyone may need to use the facilities and maybe get a drink of water. Unless, is that okay? Everybody good with that? Just
call a break.
5 minutes. Thank you, Dennis. That's what I'm doing. Okay, we're going to break until, let's do 10:35.
I am 70 years old, excuse me, no, I'm an exceptional person because the average life expectancy of a U.S. male is 76 point.
I'm going to call our break over at 10:40.
6.4, so I'm over the exception.
And now the time is 10:40 still, and we're going to recess an executive session pursuant to the following designated section of the Texas Governmental Code. Annotated Chapter 551, the Town Council will recess into executive session to discuss the following. A, Section 551.074 personnel matters, and B, Section 551.071 attorney-client privilege. We believe we have heard from everyone here tonight, and we appreciate the dialogue and the communication. And we are going to go into executive session so we can discuss and consider and discuss, right? Discuss, sorry, it's late, it's
But
late.
Mayor, can I say, do these
yeah.
citizens have to stand out here until we get out of, or
No.
we're not taking any action tonight on this issue? I know we can't, but if we do and we go into executive session, I object because all these people are going to sit out here for a couple hours while we figure it out. I would rather postpone it. I'd rather make a motion to table it and let us go into executive session, discuss it. And I realize that it may be a different council. You know, if we do that.
If we table it, it would be tabled to the May 17th meeting, and we'll go into executive session at the front end, so it won't be a new council.
Okay, all right. Understand. That's my thought. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
Yeah,
Well,
That
I'm-
a motion, I second it. I think that's.
I'll make a motion that we
Okay.
table this.
Motion to table it till the May 17th meeting.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay, I understand. I just don't want to
I
sit around
agree.
for an hour.
I mean, there's two schools of thought. Some people want to just, some of council wanted to, while it's fresh in our minds, talk about it because we're close, and then others want to wait until May 17th, and so.
Well, we can
if
still
that's what
discuss it
you-
in executive session. I'm
Correct.
talking about making a decision that the people would be able to listen to.
Right.
So has everybody been able to read and Carl all the information and the packets that we provided them with information so everybody's on the same page with it?
I've got too much to read. I'm not
That's
ready to-
why we're not taking action right now. That's why we were going to go further discuss it. And I think Dennis and I are saying the same thing, probably in different ways. What I'm saying is, we have heard from everyone this evening. I think everyone has had ample opportunity to speak. And I think we've had enough dialogue. I think we have plenty of information from, now until 3 years past. And we understand that it's late, and, we don't want to keep anyone here any later because it's too much information to process to make a decision this late. And I don't think you want us making a decision this late. I think you want us to reevaluate everything and really think about what everyone said tonight, because there's a difference between reading a bunch of paper and reading a bunch of emails than talking to our residents face-to-face and hearing what they have to say. Okay, so I would like to give the rest of council the opportunity and myself to really think about what was said here this evening, all points of view, and reconvene, table it like Dennis said for another time.
Can we vote?
Does that make sense?
You've got a motion and a second, but no vote.
Yes, I'm answering Ms. Palmer's question. Okay, so we have a motion to table this item until May 17th. And we have a second by Councilman Flynn. All in favor? And it's unanimous, it passes. Thank you, everyone, for being here this evening. We appreciate you coming out.
Do you want to keep the photos?
Sure, you can leave that with us. And 10:44 executive session. Mr.
Mayor, we need to make a motion on.
We're actually doing the future, want to do that at the end, or you want to do that now?
Since we came back from executive session.
Why don't you do the first motion
Yeah.
necessary from executive session?
Okay, we'll do that.
All right, I
You'll
make a
make a motion
motion.
for executive?
Mayor, I make a motion to accept Anita's resignation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Oh, there's Carl. There we
I
go.
guess I'm for.
Yeah. Begrudgingly and under duress, we accept, But we do invite you back at our next meeting so we can properly say
Yeah.
goodbye to you and Wade, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, future agenda items now.
Yep, Mayor and Council, I don't have any additional updates than that was already presented in the package. But if you have any additional items, I'm willing to take those now.
Does anyone have anything?
I had an item that's been on the list, and that is to address the crosswalks at the roundabout.
Yes, I'm sorry we missed that for this meeting, but we'll get that on the next meeting or shortly that after. But I'll contact you in reference to that.
Okay, because I just witnessed two kids playing Frogger the other day, and one of them almost didn't make it.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes. Yep, thank you.
Carl, you have anything else? Okay.
Good job.
We are adjourned at 11:30. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Where you going?
We're going down to Lukenbach.
Wouldn't want to be,
Have fun. Do some dancing.
Hey, good luck.